Так нормально. Да, лоу, да, вот так, да. Что тебе надо-то? Ну, я понял просто, что... Да. Идиоты просто. Смеются надо мной. Умные люди, думаешь? Дети, нет. Смотри, что делается. Знаешь, что я тебе скажу? Знаешь? Сколько времени сейчас прошло? Вот сколько? Час, наверное, да? С лишним. Почему с лишним-то? Сейчас вот 5 часов, а до этого сколько было, когда я вот ушел из... Ну, побрился, помылся, да и все, блин. Ну незачем, для чего это? Ты и так всю жизнь для кого-то бреешься и моешься там. Кому это надо, блин? Нет, ты мне работу дай, тогда я для тебя буду мыться, бриться и женщина гуляет. Ну да, да. Ну нет, до свидания. Ну да, да. А, это все было... Да, это... Не скажи, не боюсь. А, ну нет. Хуже всех вот, говорилось просто. Молчал, писать, говорит, зачем мне молчать? Мне работа нужна, ты неужели не понимаешь? Дохода нет у меня. Посяду думать тогда. У меня время хорошо, ну да, он посядок думает. Смотри, да, время дорого золотое у меня. С уважением относись к себе, наверное, судьба. Должен видеть добро сделать, хорошее что-то сделать, настоящее. Туда-сюда все это самое. А вот девчонки даже особо на беременна нет, она забеременела и что-то нормально началось. Наоборот, просто. Вот это эх. Не, наоборот. Да, так просто все, да. Спасибо. Спасибо вам, спасибо вам. Игнорируют, понимаешь? Даже вот то ли обиду понимает. Просто огня, что ли, да, боится огня. Вот это ну нет, ну да, вот это что родных маму бросать, что значит бросать? Он про себя так говорит, да, вот это. Ты меня за кого держишь, что ты? Поняла. Хорошо, а сейчас я не бросил, понимаю просто. Нас тоже раздражает, понимаете? Ну да. А почему не уехать тогда? Что меня держит здесь? Чего здесь меня? Что за чуваш? Что за Мордовия там? Нет, да, вот она. Оставайся там, я говорю, не нужно. Да, играть не можешь, ничего не Ладно, все, спасибо. Говорят, молодость, ты такой дурак, блин, да, тебе все кажется, что все можно, все возможно, что все бывает, как бы, да, что все, тебе кажется, все тупые, что ты, да, типа того, что я говорил, да. Не, я застрахованный от этого, в том числе, я понимаю, там, и потом, как бы так дела и делаются, все так думают, начинается это, понимаете. Ну ладно, как бы, да. Ну и вообще ничего не делает, это ничего нового в этом мире не бывает, быть не может, естественно, да? Ну, как бы все равно, понимаешь, жить как бы можно вроде как, нет? Разрешают, наоборот, обычно такие люди, извиняйте, я себе так думаю, ну вот это есть у нас. Меня это не касается, да. Мне доход нужен сейчас, понимаешь? Да, ну да. Это смешно, просто я уже так вот самое, да. Почему я не в один город? Никто не ответил. Почему? С матерью, сколько можно уже сидеть? Тебе сколько лет ты уже, во-вторых, как бы сказать-то, смысл-то в этом какой практически? Для дела-то какая польза в том, что ты рядом с матерью сидишь? Да никакой, блин, что ты сам себе носки подстричь не можешь, и что у тебя там, проблемы какие-то, что ли? Что, имбецил, по-твоему, какой-то, что ли? Могу постричься, помыться, что ли? Ну или как там? У всех есть люди ваши, я не только у вас непонятно какой режим, да. Есть с кем побухать, поговорить, как бы, все дела. все очень красиво, очень романтично, даже вплоть до того, что вы там, да, понимаете, вообще все профессии. Ну да, была у меня такая, да, да. Ну, или профессии, или как хочешь называть, области, и, да, 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 программирование, там, индустрия, даже кино, развлечений, там, ну, не знаю, там, что вы привести, там, изготовление скотча, там тоже, там, знаешь, эти полимеры, материалы, там, это тоже политика, тоже не так просто, как говорится, да, там, говорит, станковые, там, здесь и так далее. То есть это как бы все интересно, понимаешь, да? То есть, ну, да, 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 то есть это все очень, о, да, 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 то есть, понимаете, знаете. Ну и что теперь сделаешь-то? Да, да. И все это как бы надо людям, понимаешь, да? То есть по-своему, да, ну свою меру найди просто. Я просто, да, да. Ну нет, наоборот, не надо. Да. Женщине вообще ничего нельзя. Все, у нее здоровье и все, и точка. Понимаешь? Да. И все, на этом все, и жизнь закончена. Да. И это хорошо, понимаешь? И они даже это осознают. Да. Ну, видимо, надо просто, да, да, понимаю. Я просто к тому, что зачем, ты что, женщина, почему ты можешь по профессии? Тебе-то зачем это? Ты что такое, да. Ладно, это не важно. Я говорю, что, понимаешь, вот я и говорю, то есть, как говорю, ты лучше как бы испугайся, что ты нелюбимая какая-то, и что, да, и что у тебя да, несчастье в душе, или еще что-то, да, да, что, да, да, понимаешь. Наверное, так вот как-то, да, близкие, ну, там, семье, у тебя холодно, там, еще что-нибудь, не знаю, да, то есть что-нибудь настоящее, да, и только это настоящее становится, все будет хорошо, да. Ну разве не так, да? Ты же мужчина, правильно, так не знаю. Может как сказать, может наоборот сказать, что я горжусь тем, что я не мужчина, или что это позорно, что я не мужчина, или что это как бы как угодно, просто как бы факт, это уже твоя интерпретация, что это плохо или хорошо, да. Ну это понятно, да. То есть я говорю, а ты за что так женский пол ненавидишь? Это я тебе говорю, я говорю, ты же не мужчина, а ты такой, ты за что так ненавидишь? То есть как бы интересно получается, аж тебе да, получается, да, понимаете, да. То есть это, говоря, это не я не знаю, что такое женщина, это ты не знаешь, что такое женщина. Я понимаю, я как мужик тебя понимаю, мне как мужику тоже проще как бы, да, чувствовать как женщина проще, чем жить мужскую судьбу, да. Подарки шайтана, короче, понимаешь, ну да. А никому это не надо, понимаешь, это все же болезнь, маразм. По существу, то есть товар. Почему тебе нужен товар? Товар когда я говорю, что это самое, да. А, нет, программированием всегда занимаюсь. Просто так пока. Не надо переводить. Не надо переводить просто. художник. Он совсем, салатиком. Sberbank. Кофе. Кафе. Ничего не хочешь говорить, наверное. И что же ты думаешь, что я хочу тебе сказать вот своим вот этим вот поведением? Вот, наверное, себе так думаю. Не жизнь, это мое поведение. Что за такой интересный человек? Шлемзеев. Ночь Шлемзеев, если подорожная память замер. Я и здесь сам. Ну да.
I spent 5 years of my life making a game completely solo. And I'm not complaining, it was great. I mean, it paid off, but it was tough. It was really, really challenging. And there are 5 mistakes that I made as a solo developer that I really want to share with you so that you don't make those mistakes yourself. These are, a lot of them are emotional mistakes that you can make as a solo developer. And believe it or not, emotional mistakes are always way more challenging and way more detrimental than maybe a technical mistake that you're going to make. Oh, by the way, my name is Thomas Brush. Let's get started. Before we talk about these 5 mistakes that I made as a solo developer, I want to tell you about something that I really do love. I really do love this sponsor, and that's Skillshare. It's a great place for you guys to learn how to do all of the millions of things that you need to learn to be a solo developer. It's great because you don't have to spend all your time digging around on Google looking for the right answers. You take courses that are tailor-made for you to learn specific things about being a solo dev, whether it's illustration, animation, sound design, storytelling, coding, Unity, Unreal, whatever it is that you need as a solo developer, you can learn it on Skillshare. So if that seems like something you're interested in, you can get 2 free months by clicking the link below. The first mistake that solo developers are likely going to make is they're not going to trust their gut. Now this might be a weird thing to bring up, especially for the first point, but I found that making a game for 5 years solo, I found it really difficult to judge my gut with a lot of decisions. Sometimes you really shouldn't trust. I'll talk about that in the second point. But here is one really good tip for when you should trust your gut. And that is when you are extremely passionate about something and there is something that you've been thinking about for a long time. So a good example of this is when I was starting production of my current game, Once Upon a Coma, there was one core idea that I could not get away from. It wasn't something that was incredibly profound and unique that wasn't in the game industry. It was the simple idea that I wanted to be able to explore a world as a child. That's what I wanted the game to feel like. I wanted it to be about that. And that was the idea that I couldn't get out of my head. A lot of people may have said, Thomas, that's not very unique. That's not going to sell. And they might be right. It might not sell. But it's just something that I can't get out of my system. And it's what drove me to finish the game. After I think it's 2.5 years of production, that core concept, that one idea of being able to be a child in a big, strange world, that's what drove me to finish the game. So I'm really glad that I trusted my gut there, because that meant that I was going to finish the game. See, a lot of times, trusting your gut is just going to let you finish the game. That's like the hardest thing to do as a game developer, especially a solo developer, is finishing your game. And trusting your gut gets you there. Now the second thing that a solo developer is going to struggle with, a mistake that they might make, and I made this, is that you trust your gut in the wrong times, okay? The wrong time to trust your gut is when you're frustrated, when you're angry, when you're worried, or you're anxious. A lot of times this has to do with just the time of the day. For me, I've learned my gut should not be trusted when it's early in the morning. If I get up at 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, start working, I'm grumpy, I'm not a person, so I know it's not a good time to make some crazy decision and trust my gut. I know that my gut should be trusted when it's maybe after the gym, or after lunch when I'm in a good mood, when I've had some food, or after a cup of coffee. And I also know that I should be trusting my gut about things that I'm not necessarily passionate about. So a good example of this is when you have feature creep in your game. When you feel insecure about your game and you have lots of features slowly creeping into your game because you're insecure, and you start adding features here, adding features there, adding features here, this is the last time you should be trusting your gut, because feature creep is often because you are feeling insecure, you're afraid of your game, you're afraid it won't be successful, that it won't be commercially viable. This is the last time you should be trusting your gut. And what I've also learned is it's really good to have a group of advisors, people who you trust, people who you respect, who have wisdom, a group of advisors to tell you when you should be trusting your gut and when you shouldn't be trusting your gut. Don't listen to just somebody who tells you don't trust your gut. You need to be listening to people who you really, really trust, people who you know deep down want to see you succeed. And for me, that's my family, that's my dad, that's my wife. These are people who I trust. I trust their opinion. And you know, oftentimes it's not necessarily they understand you. People who understand you, who understand how you tick, they're going to tell you, Thomas, that's not a good idea. See, your gut should be trusted when it comes from a pure artistic place. And a lot of times you don't even know when that's happening, but people around you who are close to you, they do. The third problem that solo developers make is they take funding way too early. And the reason why solo developers take funding too early, and what I mean by funding is like working with a publisher or getting investment. Why do you think that solo developers will take funding a little too early? What do you think? Well, it's probably because they're scared, right? Or they're running out of money, or they need some support, or they feel lonely, and they're just wanting something to validate their project. Please, 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 please be careful. Don't take funding too early. Don't take funding too early. I know it's tempting because a publisher, they wave $30,000 to $100,000 in front of your face and they say, hey, we'll give you this money if you give us X percentage of your game. It's really tempting to take that money, especially when you're solo. It can get lonely. It can get really, really lonely. But you need to have faith in your project. And see, I know a lot of you are thinking, holy, $30,000, $100,000, that's so much money. It's not that much money. It's not that much money when you think about the time invested in your game. Think more accurately of yourself, how valuable your time is. When I first got out of college, I was making $38,000 a year, and I was speaking to someone who is older than me and wiser than me, and they said, Thomas, that is not a lot of money. That is not a good amount of money. And I said, I just got out of college. This is great. You should be proud of me. And I was kind of offended by what they said. They said, no, you're worth $70,000 a year. You're $70,000 or more. And what this person was actually doing was they were doing something that was actually very flattering. They were telling me that I was worth way more than what I had accepted. See, a lot of times we take a low ball because we are afraid of the future or we don't value. You're worth way more than you think you are. And a lot of these companies, and I would never say this about my current publishers, but I know this happens, and I have a lot of friends where this happens a lot. People take a price that they should not take. You should be upping the price. So I would recommend obviously reading a lot of negotiation books, try and figure out how to negotiate a better deal, and I'm certainly learning how to do that. Overall, don't take funding too early. The best thing you can do is to run out of money making something incredible, and then when you run out of money, when you run out of steam or time or energy or creative output, when you run out, that's when you start looking for money. You don't need to do it early, okay? And the reason why, another reason why, is because, simply put, when you run out of steam, that's when probably the product is at its highest value that you can start pitching it to publishers. You don't want to pitch it to a publisher when all you have is a trailer. You want to pitch it to a publisher or an investor when you have a really solid demo so that they can offer the highest price point. The fourth mistake that solo developers make is, let's flip it on its head, they wait too long for funding. See, when I was working on Pinstripe, I waited 4 years before I looked for funding. This was terrible. This was not a good idea. And the reason why is because, I don't know what the law is called, it's a theory or something, where it's like, basically, I effort and time into this game, early mornings, working through lunch, working through the evening, working like sneakily at my desk job to get this game perfect. I had done so much effort that it was like, okay, you need to find money. You need to find a publisher so that you can work full time on this thing. There's only so much you can get done part time, and you're probably never going to finish your game if you don't get some money to be able to work full time in your game. So it's really a balance, right? You don't want to wait too long. You don't want to go too early. You want to hit it just right. See, the thing is a lot of you have been working on a game for a while, or maybe you've been working on a game for a short period of time, and the idea of getting funding and getting investment is in your mind. You don't even think about it, because it sounds like a dream, right? Thinking, I will never sign a deal for $100,000. I'm not like Thomas, I'm not like those other developers, I'm not talented enough. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Think positively about yourself, think highly of yourself, and start thinking about when it is time to get funding. Get a really solid demo together, a great demo, and start pitching that game to publishers. Now again, you want to be careful. Is it time? It's kind of like Goldilocks, right? You don't want to go too early, you don't want to go too late. Try and feel out when you feel like it's a perfect time. The best time is when you run out of energy, when you run out of money, when you run out of that time and effort, when you feel like you can't keep going. That's when you start looking for a publisher. Number 5, you work in a panic. Solo developers tend to work in a panic. You look at their office. See, my office looks clean right now, doesn't it? I've got my puppy. I've got my screensaver. Clean. Oh, wow, Thomas. Your life is so clean. How do you do it? If I turned the camera around, it's a mess. It's a mess. And see, the thing is you want to make sure, don't be like me, do as I say, not as I do. Keep your lifestyle and your office clean. Don't work in a frenzy. Don't work in a panic. Have a schedule. Have a clean list of things that you need to do. Because the thing is when you work with a team, you kind of motivate each other, right? One person says, we should be doing this. We should be more task-oriented, for example. And you say, oh, that's a good idea. And then you say, we should be more, our creative output kind of suffers. We should do fun things together. We should go see movies, or we should play games together so that our creative output is more inspired. And they say, oh, that's cool. So you build each other up. But when you're solo dev, it's really hard to build yourself up. So what happens is you typically go into a death spiral where you're constantly trying to have good output, but you're in a frenzy doing it. You're kind of like, I've talked about this before, you're kind of like a squirrel trying to gather nuts as fast as you can for the winter. And that's what I do. I try and get a game done as quick as I can before I run out of money or before I run out of funding. This is a terrible way to be creative, because you can't be creative when you're constantly frustrated or in a frenzy. The solution to this is to not necessarily stop being a solo dev. It's surrounding yourself with people, with a team that maybe they don't have stakes in the game, right? But they're with you, and they're there to support you, and they're there to advise you. And again, this comes down to having a group of advisors, people who you trust, who know you as a person. Maybe they don't know a lot about the industry, but they know you as a person, and they tell you when you need to slow down, when you need to speed up, when they feel like you need a break, or maybe you don't need a break, maybe you need to work harder. It's good to have people to help you gauge how crazy you are. I tend to get into a frenzy when I don't need to get into a frenzy, and sometimes I sleep in a little too late, I take too many breaks. I'm kind of random, and I need somebody to help me do that, and Did you hear that? My wife definitely helps me sort of temper things when I need to, or kick it up a notch when I need to. Alright guys, those are 5 solo dev mistakes that I've made, and I hope you really enjoyed those. For me, those are really the biggest hurdles that I had. You would think that it would be technical or financial, but really it's a lot of emotional hurdles that you've got to cross when being a solo developer. If you guys like this video, please hit subscribe, hit the like button, and leave a comment. I'll try and answer as best as I can. It really, really means a lot that you guys support me. Thank you so much. Talk to you later. Bye.
Смартфон Pop X3 128 гигабайт.
This is the day in the life of a Japanese butcher. This is Teru.
У него пианино же это стоит. Фортепиано.
This is Teru, 44 years old in a suburb of Tokyo, and he's just waking up for work. He's not a morning person, and as much as he wants to get the day started like his Japanese counterparts, he often finds himself back asleep on the couch with his cute dog Yume. Oh, his wife is up. He also has 2 boys, but just like their dad, they enjoy their sleep too. His wife is making a koroke sandwich for breakfast, which is fairly uncommon for Japanese, but it sure looks scrumptious. Teru, do you often eat a koroke sandwich for breakfast?
今日はコロッケだったり、パンだったり、ご飯、その時の気分だったり、パンだったり。
Eat a koroke sandwich for breakfast?
今日はコロッケだったり、パンだったり、ご飯、その時の気分ご飯、その時の気分
So it only takes him a few minutes in the bathroom to get ready in the morning, and that sink shower surely helps.
Здоровый человек. Не то, что даже... Ничего так, более-менее, мне кажется, живет. И дом свой вообще-то такой, да.
Teru drives about 10 to 15 minutes.
Но он же не в Токио живет, с другой стороны, да? Но все равно такой домик-то нехилый. Как бы просить, ну да, понимаешь. И машинка тоже нормальная, да.
Every day to get to work. Since public transportation in Tokyo is so ubiquitous and reasonable, driving a car to work is quite rare. In fact, only 5% of the people who live in Tokyo own a car. So it's quite
Токио,
nice
как он в
for
Токио
people to
живет.
own
Ни
one.
хрена себе вообще буржуй, да. Просто мясник, обычный мясник, короче, ничего не
This shop is
знаю.
located in the Jutakugai, which means an area where people live. Once you step outside of the center city,
С тобой бывало такое? Видишь образовательный контент, думаешь, ну, может быть, позже, и забываешь о нем. Если да, то позволь пояснить, почему деловая среда премиум стоит твоего времени. Здесь собраны бизнес...
the area, you can find chill areas like this with a friendly vibe. So I'm back with another day in the life. Teru should be coming just around the corner. He drove to work today. Let's see what time he went to sleep last night. Good morning. So what time did you sleep last night?
12時寝ました。
And what are you gonna do
こ
now?
れから店入って開店の準備します。
Teru runs a local butcher shop in Nagiya, which has been in his family for 73 years. It's named after his family, Yanagi, and ya is a Japanese word that is commonly used at the end of store names. So he's a 3rd generation butcher, as his grandfather passed this shop down to his father, and his father passed it down to him. The first thing he does is to prepare the showcase. He turns on the refrigerator and cleans the shelves. Teru, so how long does it take you to clean in the morning?
そのうちは5分ぐらいですかね。夜に大体掃除しちゃうんで、朝は。
Now he has to take out the garbage from the previous day. In Tokyo, businesses are required to pay for their trash. In this case, with coupon stickers. In his ward, one 20-liter bag of this size costs about $1.50 each time. Now, it's time to prepare the meat. First, he brings out the meat from the refrigerator room and stores it back in the showcase, while also taking a mental inventory. The showcase has about 60 different kinds of meat, which requires a lot of preparation. So from here on out, it's his responsibility to continually fill the empty spaces in the showcase. So what's your favorite meat?
牛肉のヒレとか多いです。赤身が多いと思います。
How long have you been working as a butcher?
18歳ぐらいからやってるので、27年ぐらいですかね。
Although he started officially working with his dad when he was 18, he actually got his first start when he was still in elementary school at his uncle's butcher shop. Closer to home than his dad's shop, he would stand on a crate behind the showcase and greet customers, as well as wash dishes in the back. He also learned a great deal on how to cut meat from Closer to home than his dad's shop, he would stand on a crate behind the showcase and greet customers, as well as wash dishes in the back. He also learned a great deal on how to cut meat from his uncle, a skill he would continue to hone later down the road. Okay, so what's the difference between that last meat and this one?
厚みが違うんです。こっちしゃぶしゃぶ用って言って、
What's the difference between that last meat and this one?
厚みが違うんです。こっちしゃぶしゃぶ用って言って薄めで切ってこうお湯で湯がいて食べる。こっちはもうちょっと熱い。で炒め物とか焼いたりとかする感じで使い分けます。
In Japan, thinly sliced meat is commonly used in everyday home cooking. More often than thick steak meat, it's part of a butcher's job to know how to slice the meats in various thicknesses so it can be served in Japanese dishes such as shabu shabu, shogareki, and yakiniku. So how is your meat different than, say, the neighborhood supermarkets?
なんかもう扱っている商品はもう全然違います。生産者さんがこだわって作っている牛だったりとか販売している。
Yanagiya only sells A5 Sendai UB, which is famous for having a strict grading criteria for its meat, as only 30% of the cows in Miyagi Prefecture are good enough to be sells A5 Sendai UB, which is famous for having a strict grading criteria for its meat, as only 30% of the cows in Miyagi Prefecture are good enough to be certified with that premium A5 medal. And all Japanese beef is considered Wagyu, but not all Wagyu is considered A5. And the specific Sendai farm that produces Teru's A5 Wagyu feeds its cows with an original blend of 3 kinds of wheat, in addition to steamed rice, just as we humans eat. One of its morning tasks is to prepare shipments from an online supermarket in Japan called QIWI-Wallet. It sells higher-end groceries from farms and local shops like Teru's. Now, Teru goes out and makes personal meat deliveries to local businesses such as restaurants and even child daycare facilities. In fact, this cafe uses Teru's meat to make their in-house signature curry. Where are you going?
В принципе, меня компьютерная игра вдохновила, да, там, когда-то. Да. Ну, он знает тебя уже просто, да. Ну, как бы не то, что вдохновила, а просто, ну да, я нытик всегда был, падочный, неважно. Короче, я к чему говорю-то? Ну, да, ну, нет, музыка это не про эмоции, как бы, да. Это, ну, вообще, я сам про себя думаю так же. Ну, да, на себе так же. Ну, да, ну, нет. Ну, да. А это никто не спорит, да. ну, что теперь сделаешь, такой у нас пока. Понимаешь, ну да, и есть, да. То есть, ну тебя, понимаешь, вот ты как бы на сносях, ну как вот объяснишь ты это? Что непонятного-то, понимаешь, да. Да. Ты ж тебя не мужиком вырастили, а говном каким-то, бабёным придатком каким-то, да. Да. Бабское поселение какое-то, да. Ну, отец он по-другому как-то, но у него тоже все, да, понимаешь. Нет, в том-то и штука, что ты... В чем проблема? Денег заработал и делать, да. Ну, я понял, да. Это все вранье, потому что это изначально откуда, да. Баба не управляет этим миром. Женщина, если ты имеешь в виду, как бы там, как Норбек говорил, я его понимаю по-другому, как бы, да. Она управляет душой своей, то есть она, как бы, тебе стыдно становится, если ты что-то, да, ты делаешь, да, то есть, женщина, я представь ее как вот, как яйцеклетка, без рук, без ног, вот, как яичко, да. Да, то есть и без головы тоже, да, то есть, ну, что за усатый, может, еще усы вырастешь, давай наркотиками наколешь, чтобы у нее ум лучше, она же умная. Вот советовать, правильно, надо, чтобы у нее и душа, и ум, чтобы работал у нее тоже. Поэтому ей надо мужских гормонов наколоть ей, блин, чтобы у нее мозги были, да. Нет, что тебе еще надо тут, надо понимать тебя, да. Они ничем не управляют, потому что они только детей рожают, больше они ничего не делают и склоняют тебя к тому, чтобы ты размножал ее, сам размножался. Вот и все, блин, да, понимает, да. А тут уже, как бы, а неважно, ты ее на Марс поселишь, и там хорошо будет. Там у нее душа, потому что, да. Ну как это вот, да, вот как вот у Иисуса. Вот ты куда взял Иисуса, вот с этого человека, ты взял его сюда посадил, и там хорошо. Взял его туда посадил, и там тоже хорошо стало, да, понимаешь, да. Типа, да, это женщина, просто вот она у нее натура такая, она женщина, она как вот корова такая, она добрая, мягкая, как бы, да, и да, типа того, как бы такая, да, и дура вообще полная, да. И ты ее можешь убедить даже, что она может думать, и тебя может начать умилять, да. Но они все равно понимают это, да. Вот и все, я тебе просто, ну да. Ну, наверное, я просто говорю с одобрения просто того, что через мужей своих, то есть мужья же у них ходят там, да. На работу выходят мужья, правильно, там в этом мир выходят. В этом мире делать какие-то покупки, выборы какие-то, да, то есть как бы, да, типа того, то есть ничего не выбирает, за них все выбирает и делает правильный выбор, да. Так это и есть мечта, это и есть хорошо, это и есть, нет, что ли, без всяких предвзятостей, претензий, да. Так они так и хотят, только, ну, как бы, у них нет такой функции, как бы. Тоже, да, понимаю. Но их бессилие, понимаешь, если бы они, да, попассивнее себя вели по-настоящему, по-женственному, видишь, это синоним, да, таких вот вещей. Оно может, как бы, по-другому просто как-то, да, понимаете. Представь, ну, не важно, значит. Да, короче говоря, наверное.
Now, where are you going now? Being a local butcher, he works closely with the community and naturally develops many worthwhile relationships with its members. That's the final stop, a Vietnamese restaurant. The butcher shop is now open for business. So the store is finally open, and when Ken was making deliveries, his two staff already arrived. Even though the store is already open, they still have a lot of prep to do. Let's go check out what else they have to do to prep the store. What's that? So Yanagi doesn't only sell meat, but also fried dishes like koroke, cheese tonkatsu, and hankatsu. Damn, I'm getting hungry. Generally, Japanese housewives pick them up when they don't have time to cook or want to add one more dish to the table. Oh, and it looks like the shop uses a water fryer, which keeps the oil fresh by separating the frying waste and preventing the oil from oxidizing. While one staff prepares the fried goods, the other staff takes care of the customers. And of course, Teru continues to cut meat. So in a Japanese butcher shop, you'll notice there's a lot more raw meat products when compared to sausages, hams, marinated meats, and skewers, as this is what customers prefer. Oh, that's a cooked Myanmar shipping service he was preparing for earlier this morning. Teru, what's that for? As a butcher and owner, it's part of his job to find and develop partnerships in order.
Я покупаю этот рюкзак за 700 рублей и продаю за 2500 рублей. Этот бинокль оптом стоит 800 рублей, а продаю его за 3000 рублей. А этот пауэрбанк я беру за 300 рублей, а продаю за 1500 рублей. Да, хорош. Каждый день меня спрашивают, как я это делаю. Меня зовут Виталий Окунев, и последние 6 лет я зарабатываю на том, что продаю трендовые товары через интернет. Если ты хочешь узнать, как это работает, прямо сейчас жми на кнопку и регистрируйся на бесплатный онлайн-мастер-класс, на котором я шаг за шагом раскрою секреты этого бизнеса.
In order to create new products to attract customers. Wow, that looks delicious! So he was looking into making an original bacon for his shop, and through his meat producer, he was introduced to this sausage shop. And although his family already has established vendors, he says it's still his responsibility to develop, evolve, and adapt his business. So you probably already noticed that all of us are wearing masks. I actually wanted to ask Teru how it's affected his business. Let's go ask him now. Teru, so how's the business during this pandemic?
家で食べる方がすごく多くて、この時は本当いつもよりすごくお客さん来てくれて忙しかったですね。
How about now?
今はもうだいぶ落ち着いてきましたけど、ベースはちょこっと上がってる感じはしますね。
For everyone's safety, he limits the number of customers up to 3 at a time in order to maintain social distancing, asks customers to wear masks, and they clean the store throughout the day. That's just after 1, it's quiet down a little bit. Let's go ask them some questions. So why did you decide to work here?
代表とカフェで知り合いまして、人がいなくなったんで、ぜひ入ってくれ。
And how about you?
お客なんですけど、このお肉大好きだったんで、あと代表もうちで会って挨拶とかしてくれて、すごいいい人だったんで。
Nice. I feel like everyone loves him in this area.
3430円。
Time for deliveries. And look at the size of that pig. Incredible. Never thought I'd see a guy carrying a pig on his shoulder on the streets of Tokyo. Oh, and there's a poultry and the beef delivery too. Where are you going now?
これからランチを買いに行きます。
Finally! Lunchtime! He usually takes a short lunch at a nearby cafe or simply goes for takeout. Today, he's quickly eating at one of the shops he delivered to earlier. What's that?
5500円。豚のね、ごぼうと思う。
So before it gets busy around 4 p.m. when all So before it gets busy around 4 p.m. when all the housewives come to shop for dinner, he usually strips the bones from the pork meat. What part is that?
ロースとバラです。
Да. Я что хотел... Ну нет, понимаешь. Нет, ты чуть надо за себе так нет. Да. Нет, да. Ну да. Понимаешь, это как бы, да. Ну ты как думаешь? Да. Как вот шаман, понимаешь, она всегда... То есть, ну, женщина, успокойся, женщина всегда будет ведьмой, не фетки, да. Потому что ее место, ну, только, да. У нее самое хорошее только место самое стоит, да. Да. Нужно, да. Естественно, лишнее уже все, да. Да. Понимаю тогда. Тебя взяли, все, что ты, давай. Нет, не взяли. Да нет, понимаю это. Ну да, 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 да. Я этого не могу вам понять, понять это. Да. Да. Да, вот она и говорила. Ну да, начать. Да.
Apparently, refrigerating the meat with the bone in and no vacuum pack helps evaporate moisture, which then condenses the meat and creates a deeper umami flavor. At his shop, the pork is stored bone in, but the beef is too big to store that way, so the vendor delivers the beef with bone stripped, umami rich, and vacuum sealed. These little details make a huge difference in taste, so Teru works diligently to provide his customers with the best meat possible. Oh, that's curry from the cafe. It smells amazing. As part of his job, he also trains the staff how to prepare and package products for sale, as well as how to cut the meat.
So it's 3 in the afternoon and he's still cutting meat. Like I thought that maybe by the afternoon and towards the end of the day, all of the stuff you cut you can just use, but he's still cutting meat. It's amazing.
So as mentioned earlier, the shop only serves A5 meat, which is the highest quality of meat you can get in Japan based on their own grading system. Factoring qualities like yield, firmness, texture, and marbling, nothing beats A5 Wagyu beef.
So as I'm looking around, I'm actually pretty curious as what's the most expensive meat in the shop. Let's go ask Teru.
これ一番、で高いシャトーブリアン、ヒレの一部分。これ一番、で高いシャトーブリアン、ヒレの一部分なんですけど、希少部位で。めったに取れない部分なんで、赤身の中でも本当に一番柔らかく美味しいところです。これは2100円です、100グラム。
It seems like the store is getting busy. And it's pretty clear that Teru loves everything about being a butcher, including communicating with his customers. Oh, a customer is buying the premium A5 beef steak, and included in the wrapping is a white square block. In Japan, butchers commonly provide 3 blocks of beef fat to cook the steak with. The Wagyu fat provided has a sweet flavor called Wagyu. Blocks of beef fat to cook the steak with. Square block. In Japan, butchers commonly provide 3 blocks of beef fat to cook the steak with. The Wagyu fat provided has a sweet flavor called Wagyu ko, and it adds a distinct scent and flavor to the dish.
Прямо сейчас на торгах по банкротству тысячи автомобилей продаются со скидкой до 90%. Пропустите это видео, если вам.
So 2 hours before the store closes, Teru and his staff start cleaning the store. They wash every single knife, chopping board, sanitize the whole store. Also, to thoroughly clean each machine, he takes it apart piece by piece every night. I wonder if every country is this meticulous about cleaning. So Teru tells me that refrigerated meat usually expires within 3 to 5 days, but his shop almost never has any dead stock. Are you done for today? So before going home, he needs to make a couple deliveries. He drops off pork at a tonkatsu restaurant, and the pork bones he cut out earlier at a ramen shop. I guess little goes to waste at his shop. Yay, finally home! It looks like they're having sukiyaki for dinner. And of course, using yanagi as meat. Ah, that looks incredible! So this is how Teru ends his night. He spends time with his family, having dinner, and then after that he'll probably have a bath, spend some more time with his family, and then go to sleep by 12 o'clock. That's pretty much a day in the life of a Japanese butcher. If you guys like this video, help me out and hit that like button. If you guys want to support the channel, check out the Tokyo merch. If you want to see what I'm doing on the daily, then definitely check out my Instagram account. And if you want to see more day in the life videos, hit that subscribe button and the bell button. I'll catch you guys in the next one.
Поехали. Ну нет, тебя не могу. Ты о чем вообще? Ну нет, нет. Да. Так, Марина. Как интересно. Вот что происходит. Что произошло. Ну да, да, да. Там же еще помимо всего прочего, это еще штука идет. Да что ты, блин? Continue премиум. Ну да, я плохо играешь, ты просто, да. Ну вот это и было самое. Ну нет, я не думаю, что ты слышишь этого. Not today. Да. Да, смотри, я понимаю, это нет, мне нужна своя семья. Вот ты смотри, я болтун, я понимаю, нагло. Для меня семья это жена, понимаешь, вот жена, вот, а все остальное это не семья, это родственники, да, да, то есть, ну, если ты мужчина. По-моему, так везде считается, да, если я не ошибаюсь. Только у инвалидов, может быть, только на уродов всяких по-другому. Да, ты понимаешь, в чем я говорю? Я понимаю, теперь уже просто. Видишь, ничего злобного нет, просто как бы, да. Ты мне зла желаешь, значит, просто. Ты хочешь, чтобы я импотентом был, что ли, всю жизнь, как там, холостяком или как угодно. Да. Или инвалидом рядом с матерью, как бы, как без ноги, да. Как какие-то, его знаешь, дети имбецилы какие-то. Я уже не ребенок, кстати, сейчас. Не понимаю, понимаешь, как мне к этому, ну, то есть, вроде как, может, не так и ожидаешь, что это нормально, я не знаю, звучит, я понял, да, мне нахер вашим умным все не сдались, мне нужна работа сначала, профессия мне нужна, а баба она любая, то есть, как бы, да, вот заработаешь нормально, и тогда ты будешь ее иметь, а не она тебе, да. Если рецепт один только здесь, да, нормально, и все, и да, и она не будет там лишних условий, что не надо. Все, дети закончились, начался бред, начался маразм, бесплодие началось, здоровая судьба началась, жизнь началась после этого. Здоровье началось, да, понятно. Плакать надо горько, что ты за... Это здесь вообще причем, у тебя нету опции даже, ты хоть не понимаешь, что ли, этого? Да. Ну, меня это не касается. Ну ладно, ну значит, нахер не сдалась. Женщина, которая не женщина. Мужичонка какая-то. Да мне похер, оказывается просто, что это за тебя кто-то выдумал, ты так и сдохнешь с этим, да. Хорошего отдыха вам, конечно. Это вот очень счастливый счастье. Я вот пацан, я тебя понимаю, что такое счастье. Кафе позже, типа того. Родная судьба. У женщин только так бывает, это, да, то есть нужно исхода не быть. Ну, не зря же их так называют. Ну, по-разному. Ну тебе надо знать, как обходиться с этим, да, как оно устроено на самом деле. Ну как бы, если что, пользуйся, либо того. Не спрашивай потом, тогда все это можно отменить. Ой, вот это все эту херню вашу, да, которую вы детей пичкаете там и так далее. Загадки ваши, загадочности все. Я все отменяю, короче, да. Ну не надо, вот она и есть, что-то еще надо. Это небезопасно, надо знать, как это, да. Ну вот, да, вот, ну ходи вот сюда, да. понимаешь, короче, с рогами, чем угодно, ходи, меня не касается, да. Мне плевать, потому что да, еще и ты виноват, так сказать, мне кажется, да. Да. Это незаконченный романтизм просто, да, он не настоящий, не полноценный. Нет, да как бы, да, понимаешь, да. Для больших жертв таких, скажем так, да, невольных, невинных. Только не за мой счет, живи сам собой, в гейском сообществе. Без любви. Хорошо, это самое смешное, понимаешь? Хорошо, а любовь откуда? Функционал какой-то, да? Это уже просто изгибание, нормально, не природа, извращение. То есть счастье, оно какое-то нормальная жизнь с женой, а жена есть, вот тогда надо, понимаешь, это вот такая, все остальное, миллион вранья там, или как угодно, да. Все остальное бред, тебе своя жизнь недорога, поэтому, да, я понял. Попадешь еще больше в яму, ловушку, да. Все, пожалуйста, замечательно, только да, процесс-то должен налажен. Что ты сам себе не сможешь что-то сделать, что ли, или там машину купить, или нанять кого-нибудь, если надо. Специалист, ну это там, чистить компанию какую-нибудь, еще что-нибудь. Нет, вот это на имеет в виду, да. Я не знаю. Нет, до свидания. Правда, то, что меня никто на работу не берет учиться. Что дальше? Ты уже не будешь музыкантом, пианистом уже не будешь. Ты это имеешь в виду. Ну, то есть я тебе говорю, что, короче, ты не прав, да, я понял. Просто я тебе говорю, что чем будет одно время твоя жизнь. Ну, как минимум, да. Нет, не то, что ты пассуешь, что ты как бы... У меня не было такого, что ты... Литератор. Сам себе ну, всем без разницы. Неадекватность, просто понимаешь, все вообще просто неадекватно. Не понимаю, не так понял. Как это не гарантируемо? А почему не гарантируемо? Зачем ты да, своим детям даешь информацию такую? Потому что это надо как бы типа того. В чем штука? В том, что ты сам заразился, сам зараженный, что ты этим живешь, чем ты живешь, чем ты будешь. ничего не прокатит, все это будет обман. Может, возло даже, черт знает. Разберутся просто алкоголь зависимый человек, да. Из этого ограниченный просто, да, или нравится, да, ограниченный просто, да. Ну да, это другая уже интересная особенность. Да. Очень нравится. Косой, ну, я его не знаю, точно. Сложно вариант. Всегда есть куда дальше двигаться, понимаешь? Я не знаю, короче, сложно. Как-то по-другому, как-то иначе. Не то, что надо. Это уже другой вариант, что деваться некуда, есть куда деваться. Ну ладно, будь уж банально, взял сюда. Все равно это правильно, я понимаю. Крафт, спейскрафт, да. Да, быстро говорить, да, быстро работать. Быстро работать. Сразу сложно сказать, да. Он для себя так говорит, вот это он. Ну это просто ты уже говорил, да. Ну ты, да нет, наоборот, вот это он. Ты еще не должен стыдить. Выбрать надо себе это направление. материалы. Где-то что-то. такая ситуация. Если ты добавляешь сюда программирование, у тебя времени остается вообще считанное, не знаю, и как бы это как хобби получится. Ну понимаешь, короче, да? Ну, я понял уже просто. Ну это если то, что вы имели, как бы, если то, что ты там подумал, да. Нет, ну потому что да, просто так. Не знаю, осознаю себя как бы. Самопознание. Ну, время, может, это тоже часто так. Везде плохо, понимаешь? Ты как бы, да, ну, я помню, по себе просто говорю. Вот это он себе говорит. Ну нет, это ваше, ну вот типа того, что там наоборот. Это интересно мещанство. Что-то просто нравится. Color that sexy.
Hi everyone, since the last devlog I've been working on a bunch of major new features all relating to unlocking new items to build and controlling player progression in the game. For those new here, Lumber Mill is a factory builder and management game about constructing a timber production empire. The first thing I did though was begin work on a new employee design. I came up with the current look for employees quite early in development and it has a few problems. It doesn't really match the game's art style anymore, and there are some technical issues with it that I now know how to solve. I learned a lot from developing the original employees though, which I can take to create an improved design. The main requirements for the new design are, firstly, it must be smaller than the previous one, and it should also be simple enough that different animations are quick and easy to put together, while still allowing for varied skin tones, hairstyles and genders. After a bit of messing around, this is the first potential design I've arrived at. I want to make a few more before I commit to a design, so I decided to sleep on that and move on to the main features for this video, research and the tech tree. Before getting into that though, this video is sponsored by Core. Core is a free game development platform powered by the Unreal Engine that supports the entire process of game creation, from designing and building to publishing and playing games. If you're interested in getting into game development, Core is a great way to get started. It has thousands of art, music and sound assets, all for free, which you can combine to create anything you want. In a previous video, I built this tropical island setting complete with waterfalls, all from parts provided within Core. There's no need to write any code, however if you do want to, Core supports scripting in Lua, which I use myself to build 2 Core games, and it's really quite versatile. You can also edit and remix games created by others directly within the platform, which is a great way to learn how they were put together. If you follow the link in the description, you can download Core and get started as a game developer. Now, I get a lot of comments about how I spend a lot of time reworking and redesigning features. And that's true, I do often revisit older features, but there are a couple of important reasons for that. I've grown a lot as a game designer since I first worked on many of the older areas of the game, and also good management games can benefit hugely from iterative design. Sometimes you get a feature just right on the first attempt, while others can take a few design passes before they can sit properly amongst the other interwoven systems. I want to show every aspect of development with these videos, and for a game like this, that often means making improvements and changes to previously visited areas. The reason I'm saying all of this is because in this devlog, I'm returning to what has turned out to be the most tricky system to get right. I first implemented the solution to unlocking new things to build back in June 2019. I called it Research, basing the design on the simple but satisfying research system from Planet Coaster. You'd select a research category, set a budget, wait for the progress bar to fill, and you'd end up with a randomly selected item from the category you chose. In the context of this game, however, it wasn't fun at all. You'd often want a specific machine or item to be unlocked, and the game would give you something else entirely, forcing you to start again and wait for the progress bar to fill, only for another unwanted item to get unlocked. For attempt number 2, I went for a very simple system in the build menu. If you hadn't yet unlocked an item, you just clicked and held on it in the build menu, paying a set fee for the research, which would reveal other unlockables in the menu. This was okay, at least now the player had a way of choosing what to research, but it wasn't really an interesting decision for the player, and unlocking new things didn't feel anywhere near as satisfying or important as it should. At the time, this was really just a temporary solution, with today's major overhaul planned quite far in the future once other areas have been given attention. Now the game's finally at a point where I can consider research again, so let's get into it. The greenhouse is the main research building. A new employee, the arborist, works in the greenhouse to conduct research, each contributing to research points which can then be spent to unlock new items and technologies. The more you invest in greenhouses and arborists, the more research will be conducted. Before starting on the interior details for the greenhouse, I set up the greenhouse object in Unity so I could test the sprite while drawing. I added that to the list of buildable objects in the game and created a little test camp with the greenhouse. My initial reaction was that it was a bit too big alongside the trees and other buildings, so I lowered the roof by a few pixels and got to work on the rest of the building's details. I added vines to the outside of the building and tinted the windows a bit so I could make the back-facing windows opaque, as transparency isn't ideal for performance in Unity. After many hours of work, I finally arrived at these 4 rotations for the greenhouse building. As this building takes up 4 tiles rather than just 1, each rotation needed to be sliced into 3 separate sprites in order to render correctly. as the rear of the building needs to be treated as if it's further back in the world than the front of the building. That meant adding 3 separate sprites to the greenhouse object, each with a lightweight component to handle rotations, which I originally created for the dock building. With all that set up, the finished greenhouse building looked like this. It was then time to put together the tech tree. If you were wondering why this devlog took me so long, this is why. I started with just some very basic UI blocks for generating the layout. I also set up all of the backend classes and decided to use a free open source Unity plugin called Xnode to make rearranging and creating new tech tree nodes super easy on my end. I added the basic node prefab to the tech tree generator so I could begin work on the code to actually generate the tree layout. Unfortunately, the problem that needs solving here is actually much more complex than I initially thought. I wanted to be able to set up the tech tree in Xnode without setting any screen positions, and then get Unity to put all that data into a nice tree layout so I don't have to spend all my time manually adjusting positions every time I add or rearrange the nodes. After a bit of searching, I discovered the Reingold-Tilford algorithm, designed deep in the 80s specifically to solve this problem. Based on a simple test tree, I eventually got the tree layout working as expected. None of the nodes overlap and everything has enough space to breathe. So it was time to move on to the fun stuff, actually creating the interface elements that make up the tech tree. I started with the nodes themselves. Each node has an icon, unlock cost shown in research blue, and a localized title. Localization is handled by a custom component I built a few months back, and I also added a progress bar which fills as the player unlocks a node, masking the price text so that it can change color at the bar's boundary. I kept the click and hold action from the previous system, as it's important to ensure the player doesn't accidentally spend their hard-earned research points by misclicking, and also to build a bit of tension before the payoff of actually unlocking the node. Another key part of this interface is the information box, which displays next to nodes when you hover over them. This gives all of the detailed information about the node, a text description of the node, and a list of all the items that are unlocked. All of this data is grabbed from the Xnode graph and laid out nicely in this interface. I created Y at all. After many frustrating attempts, I eventually found the free UI extensions package, which has a nice UI line renderer. The first basic lines look like this, and I also added a blue outline effect to give a bit more feedback to mouse over for unlockable nodes in the tree. I then got to work on the ability to actually click and hold to unlock. On first attempt, I made the classic mistake of mixing up X and Y, while also managing to get the bars the wrong way around in Unity in unlocked. I also created a third, where the lines between nodes have outlines, but after a lot of time staring at each, decided that variation 2 was the best, with this being the final result. Do let me know in the comments what your preferred paths for different items and technologies. I do intend to expand this.
Всем привет! Это не то. This is a day in the life of a Japanese delivery person. This is Yasuho, 22-year-old living in Tokyo, and she's just waking up to start her day.
Да нет, вот нет, вот надо. Вот нет. Ну вот это есть на самом деле. Нет, наоборот.
She lives alone in this newly built 1K apartment, and like many Japanese, she prefers to take a bath at night just before she goes to sleep. Oh nice, she's sporting mop slippers.
Наоборот, надо.
Yasuo, how long does it take you to wear makeup?
僕はだいたい10分から15分ぐらいはかかります。
I guess she doesn't eat breakfast in her apartment. She commutes to work by bike, taking about only 10 minutes to get to the office. In fact, it's pretty rare in Tokyo for someone to live right next to the office, as most workers commute on average about 1 hour by train one way. Also, compared to other Japanese workers, her day starts a little earlier, so living nearby is ultra convenient. Yasuho works as a delivery person at Sagawa Express, one of the largest transportation companies in Japan, with more than 50,000 employees spread across 400 offices throughout the country.
Alright, so Yasuho should be coming around the corner right now. Let's see how much he slept this morning.
Good morning.
Что
You go
такое?
to sleep last night.
Чем грит? Чем грит?
Oh, she's changed into her Sagawa uniform. Very sharp. What did you just buy?
朝ごはんのクッキーとおかりセット買いました。
Okay, she's eating a chocolate chip cookie for breakfast. Pocari Sweat is a popular sports drink in Japan. This is the go-to drink when Japanese want to quickly get hydrated. So this is the main Sagawa shipping terminal in the Tokyo area, and where all shipments are sorted every morning. She needs to pick up the boxes which go to her.
А, ну хорошо. Мне вообще как-то, знаешь, очень интересно.
Specific delivery area and load them into our microvan. Yasuo, what's in your pocket?
番号と必要な時に使うバッグ。
So every delivery person carries a name stamp with a date on it to mark delivery slips and other documents. It's a huge space to work, so communicating effectively between workers is important.
鍵
Хотите узнать, как зарабатывать от 100 тысяч рублей, настраивая рекламу на YouTube? Если вам не интересно, пропускайте этот ролик. Если интересно, смотрите его до конца. Рада, что вы остались. Я Юлия Карманова, эксперт по продвижению видеорекламы в Google Ads. На моем счету более 35 успешных реализованных кейсов на YouTube. Мы с вами все чаще заходим на YouTube, чтобы посмотреть видео, сериал или просто какой-то полезный контент. И, как всегда, на самом интересном месте появляется реклама. Именно такую рекламу смотрите вы сейчас. От такой рекламы в выигрыше и заказчик, которому нужно привлечь клиентов в свой бизнес, и вы, как специалист, который настраивает эту рекламу.
Right now, she's sorting out smaller packages by address so it's easier to deliver. Deliver. What did he just give you? Oh, and that's her manager. It looks like they're going over material regarding new Sagao services.
So every morning before she starts, they actually clean the car, which is quite interesting, right? You can see how clean it is.
So the company has a rule that drivers like Yasuho can't start deliveries until their van is completely clean. That explains why I never see a dirty Sagawa delivery truck in Tokyo. In fact, workers cleaning at the office or students cleaning at school is fairly common in Japanese culture. It highlights the importance of your surroundings and being responsible for your own good. Now that the delivery van is clean, she's able to load the boxes for her delivery area. Where are you going now? To start the process, every morning she fills out a handwritten form with all of her details on it.
Не, изображал просто. Ладно, я пока размышлял.
So what she's doing now is called Enko. The company must ensure that all drivers are safe to be on the road. In order to do this, every driver needs to report their health condition, as well as perform a breathalyzer test. And finally, read the safety driving rules in front of an inspection staff. Wow, it seems like Sagawa performs a lot of safety checks before they can get on the road. Damn, she even has more checks. Does every delivery company in the world do this? Now that Yasuo has picked up all of her packages at the main Tokyo terminal, she's headed to a smaller distribution hub for a specified area. Before she starts delivering packages, she stops by this area delivery hub and picks up this special Sagawa cart. She loads the boxes from the van and then pushes the cart to each delivery spot. She basically repeats this process until her van is completely empty of boxes. Now she's delivering the remaining smaller packages. What's that?
これは PDT でお客様がサインを書いたりとか、あと荷物を集める際に使ったりして、お客様がオンラインでお荷物が今どこにあるのかとか分かるために使っています。オンラインでお荷物が今どこにあるのかとか分かるために使っています。
So she's currently assigned to the Nihonbashi area, which is known to have many apparel wholesale facilities, so she delivers not only to regular houses, but to many apparel shops and businesses.
はい、すいません。ありがとうございました。ありがとうございます。
Why do you always say thank you twice?
いつも2回言ってまさか癖で荷物受け取ってもらった時と最後出る時に2回言ってます。
In Japan, streets are relatively safe, especially from theft, which you'll notice a bit more throughout this video. But she's still relatively safe, especially from theft, which you'll notice a bit more. Throughout this video, but she's still careful to lock her cart during deliveries.
こんにちは、サバティビです。荷物。はい、どちら？
So she's been working as a delivery person for about 6 months. So she's fairly new to her job. She says that she likes it because she gets to communicate with customers every day, and having trusted relationships with them gives her motivation. So what's the hardest part of working as a delivery person?
結構一日歩いたりするので、その分筋肉痛になったりとかしちゃって、でも力がついた分体が健康になったので肩こりとかなくなって。
Yay! She finally finished all of her deliveries. That wasn't so bad. So, what are you gonna do now?
これからご飯に行きます。
Her PDT device works as a time card as well, so she clocks off during lunch. Do you have to change during your lunch break?
そうなんです。ご飯行くときはこの下の佐賀の制服のままご飯に食べに行くのがダメなので、上にみんな何か羽織ってご飯に食べに行きます。
Ah, I guess that's why I never see Sagawa workers eating out. Makes so much sense now. So she's meeting up with some of her senpais for lunch. Senpai is a Japanese word used for senior colleagues and mentors. So, how long have you been working at Sagawa? What's your favorite part of this job? How long have you been working at Sagawa? What's your favorite part of this job? How about you? Have you ever had trouble with foreign customers having to use English? So they often go to this Japanese izakaya drinking restaurant together. Izakayas are usually frequented in the evening, but many open kaya drinking restaurants together. So they often go to this Japanese izakaya drinking restaurant together. Izakayas are usually frequented in the evening, but many open for businesses during lunchtime to serve affordable set menu items like this place. Alright, so we're just back for lunch. She actually has a longer lunch than usual. It's about an hour and a half. Usually people only have an hour break, but I guess they have longer break times here because you're just like tired of walking around all morning probably. One thing, I'm so glad it's not raining today because it would be a total mess to try to film this. But if it did rain, this is the waterproof uniform. It also covers up the bag and device, and if she wants, it can convert to short sleeves. So our afternoon task is to visit clients to perform sales activities. Time to suit up.
Все вокруг что-то делают в интернете и зарабатывают. Но как же мне начать? Непонятно. Кучу информации. В интернете все дают какие-то разные схемы, некоторые сомнительные.
Up again. So she goes back out on the same route to approach some clients. So Sagawa now has a charter shipping service where you can purchase a full pallet and send anything you want as long as it fits. It's a useful service when you have lots of stuff or large items. Now she goes back around on the same delivery route and picks up outgoing packages and does more sales for new services. When she sees a package laying in front of the store all alone like this, it indicates a new pickup. She checks for the Sagawa label. If so, she collects the package, provides the customer with a delivery receipt, and then creates a delivery label on her device. Fortunately for the sender and the delivery person, leaving unattended packages in front of the store is relatively safe in Japan.
Basically, we're walking around right now, picking up all of the packages from different clients. Her neighborhood is set, so she goes around kind of like on a set path. But if she wanted to, she can actually pick up different packages from different locations.
She now takes up the picked up packages and loads them into a waiting delivery truck. She says her job is very teamwork focused, which she loves, and in between deliveries, she enjoys chatting with her coworkers. Where are you headed now? Now that she's done with her delivery task for her assigned area, she has to head back to the main office. Wow, she's doing another safety check even in a public parking space. Amazing! It seems like a lot of Sagawa drivers are back as well. After she brings the van back, she needs to perform a final tenko. By law, these records are kept for 1 year.
So before she leaves today, she also has to do quite a bit of administrative tasks. So let's see what she has to do.
So basically, she needs to take care of the cash accounting as well. For example, cash on delivery transactions she received today, as well as parking fees she's paid. Yay! Finally done. Do you have any plans after this? She's stopping by a supermarket on the way back. Wow, it's pretty massive comparatively speaking for Tokyo terms. You're not buying so much?
Как еще, давайте, смотри, ты на компании, например, работаешь, оскорблять компанию такой, работать на дядю там, как бы правильно или нет, как ты думаешь сам? Просто мне интересно. Ну, я понял, да? Потому что, да, как бы, да. Ну, он тебя знает уже, что целое. А ты жалуешься, да. Не, я просто к чему говорю? Не чисты на руку, то есть там, как бы, да-да-да. Они имеют, ну да-да-да, эти, ну не о себе так говорят, да. Ну не о себе не говорят, нет, наоборот. Да, ну да, ну ладно, да что. Да,
Yes, what did you cook? Many younger generations these days just buy food at the convenience store to take home and eat, but Yasuo likes to cook and it's cheaper and healthier.
She just finished taking a bath. She has about an hour free time before she goes to bed. She goes to bed at 10 o'clock. But that's pretty much a day in the life of a Japanese delivery person. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. If you guys want to see what I'm doing on the daily, then definitely check out my Instagram account. If you guys want to help support the channel, then check out the Tokyo merch. And I recently created a Discord channel for people who love Japan or people that are traveling to Japan to get their questions answered. I'll leave all of the links in the description as usual. And I have so many more day in the lives to come. So if you want to check those videos out, hit that subscribe button and the bell button, and I'll catch you guys in the next one.
Да. Мне не нравится.
So in this video, I'm going to show you guys what it's like to work in a Japanese office.
Главный тренд 2021 года в онлайн-бизнесе – это маркетплейсы. Такие площадки, как
Только денег не хватает. Еще один звонок.
This is Makoto, a 27-year-old single salaryman living in Tokyo, and he's just waking up for work. He prefers to skip showers in the morning, as well as skipping breakfast at home, very common in Japan, and also time efficient. His house is relatively large for Tokyo, but he shares it with his family who run their business from the first floor. Looks like the rest of the family is still asleep. In summer, Tokyo becomes unbearably hot, so he dresses in QIWI-Wallet, meaning light attire, no tie, or suit jacket. Some traditional Japanese companies don't agree though, and you'll catch some of these salarymen Tokyo becomes unbearably hot, so he dresses in QIWI-Wallet, meaning light attire, no tie, or suit jacket. Some traditional Japanese companies don't agree though, and you'll catch some of these salarymen walking the streets in the video. Makoto, how long does it take you to get ready?
朝は10分から15分ぐらいで準備ができます。
Makoto lives too far from the nearest train station, Akabane, to walk every morning, so he takes a mamacheri, a Japanese slang for mom's bike. Many people who live far from the station ride their bikes and park them in paid spaces, as the city confiscates bikes in undesignated spots. So there's this unwritten escalator etiquette in Tokyo.
Наоборот, ну нет, ну вот это единственное самое. Наоборот, ну да. Почему я не хочу ничего, я нормально. Понимаю, да,
Stand on the left and walk on the right. As you can see, Makoto's excited to get to work, so no standing for him. So Akabane is in the northern part of Tokyo, right next to Saitama. Makoto's office is located in Korakuen, which is luckily in the northern part of Tokyo as well. So he only has a 30-minute train ride to work, which is half the time.
Какой-то просто. Блин, ну ладно, это было. Ну, да. А, я примитивный, да нет, понял это. Да наоборот. Нет, ну ладно, вот это сейчас надо.
For a standard Tokyo commute, but he does have to transfer midway and take 2 trains to get to work. Time to transfer trains.
Right, so I think Makoto's train is arriving right now. Let's see how he is.
Makoto, how was the train ride?
もういつもすごい忙しいです。人がたくさんいて、日本はいつもこんな感じですよ。いつもが
How was the train ride?
もういつもすごい忙しいです。人がたくさんいて、日本はいつもこんな感じですよ。いつも我慢してます。
Oh look, that's Tokyo Dome. That's pretty cool, but the trains must be crazy busy on game day. Makoto works for a company called Mobile, a SIM card provider in Japan. Makoto was hired straight out. Makoto works for a company called Mobile, a SIM card provider in Japan. Makoto was hired straight out of university, and he plans to stay with Mobile his entire career. Another characteristic of a Japanese salaryman. So he's going to pay with an IC card commonly used in Japan at convenience, trains, taxis, restaurants, and even vending machines, all with one touch. Oh, how convenient. His office is in the same building as the convenience.
ここが私たちの職場です。
As the youngest employee in the company, he's always the first one to arrive at the office. It gives him time to get the office ready and get some work done. Makoto, how many people are in the office?
3、4、5人、普通5人で、今はちょっとインターンが来てます。2人。
The first person came in. And more. These 2 ladies are interns that Makoto is helping manage. And that's his boss. Although it's a small Tokyo office, you can see that Makoto sits next to his boss without any barriers. Open seating style. What are you doing now?
アイスコーヒーを作ります。夏なんでみんながアイスコーヒーの方がいいです。
In larger Japanese companies, usually an office lady would prepare tea and coffee in the morning, but in smaller companies, you'll find the youngest person will be tasked with many of the day-to-day administration. Seems like Makoto's happy to do it though.
It's about to get really busy. We're going to be going to a lot of places, but that's kind of like what happens when you work at a small office. You kind of
Ну, тоже интересно. Да. Вы в области конкурентная среда, это понятно. Уникальная, что я уже... Блин, жить тебе все равно одного, понимаешь? Не знаю, как вот сделать? Ну, как, ну как сделать? Вот скажи, художник, я просто ненавижу. содовую. Знаешь, хлеб содовую делать. Без виски, просто содовую. Это удобно. С носком. Да, интересно. Ладно. Снял. Ладно.
Have to do everything, and Makoto, he comes in, turns on the lights, makes coffee for everyone. I don't know, is this like very similar to your country? Let me know in the comments. He's off to his first appointment now. How much time do you have until the meeting? So Makoto's official title is Marketing Advisor, which is kind of big. In fact, his business card doesn't even have a title on it, which will make a bit more sense as the video goes on. Makoto, where are you going right now? So Makoto is visiting a coffee roaster in Tsukishima to prepare shipments for the company's subscribers. It seems kind of odd for a SIM card company to be in coffee subscriptions, but the business is part of the company's initiative as it donates all the earnings to charity called Warm Hearts Coffee Club. Managing this effort is also part of Makoto's job.
So they're actually roasting the coffee beans right now as we speak. Oh wait, I think I'm missing it. The coffee beans right.
This effort is also part of Makoto's job.
So they're actually roasting the.
But the business is part of the company's. It seems kind of. Makoto is visiting a coffee roaster in Tsukishima to prepare shipments for the company's subscribers. It seems kind of odd for a SIM card company to be in coffee subscriptions, but the business is part of the company's initiative as it donates all the earnings to charity called Warm Hearts Coffee Club. Managing this effort is also part of Makoto's job.
So they're actually roasting the coffee beans right now as we speak. Oh wait, I think I'm missing it.
Now he's heading to Shibuya from Tsukishima, which are on opposite ends of Tokyo. Another 30-minute train ride. So, where are you going now?
Go
now.
これからコインスペースという観光案内所に SIM カードの受け渡しをやってるので、質問がいろいろありまして、それを答えるためにちょっと直接会いに行きます。
If you've been working in Japan long enough, like me, you'll notice that there's almost an excessive amount of face-to-face meetings between companies. Even though many interactions can be done over the phone, Japanese feel it's important to meet and talk in person to build strong relationships. In fact, Makoto spends a lot of his day traveling on the train between home, office, and client visits. I'll save you from the monotony and edit out most of the traveling, but pay close attention to the time in between locations that gets eaten up by travel. He doesn't have a lot of time for a sit-down lunch, so he's gonna pick up some food at the Supa, or in English, supermarket, then head back to the office to grind out emails he missed during the meetings.
いつもこういう感じですね。机の上でいただきます。いつもこういう感じですね。机の上でいただきます。
I don't want to bother him during his lunch, so let's go for an explorer on this office.
That's the elevator we came in on. Here, there's a company here, so it looks like there's like 3 rooms or like 3 companies on this floor. And then you have the men's bathroom, and then you have the women's bathroom. Like all videos, let's check out what it looks like. I don't know, do you guys looking at other people's bathrooms, or is it just me?
Oh, so one toilet on the floor, and with the standard Japanese washlet.
And it looks like they do have the sink area, which is pretty standard as well on most floors of like these like small business floors. I think it's like pretty much required to have like a sink, and instead of having one office, then everyone shares like this like common space. You know what's actually in these boxes are SIM cards, like free SIM card service for the rest of your life. It's crazy. So I think I found something. What's this? What's this little thing here?
What's this?
これは携帯スーツですよ。携帯マン。
Makoto, you travel so much. Can't you use taxis instead to get around?
使わないですね。普段はなかなかないですね。いやタクシーなんてだいたい電車で移動してますから。じゃダメだってボスが言ってますからダメです。
Okay. Hey man, it's not straight.
持っていく？持ってきます。パソコンだけこれした。もう出ますよ。持ってきます。
So now, Makoto and his boss are going to meet with SoftBank, their supplier for SIM cards. In more formal Japanese meetings, it's normal to take several people from a company. In fact, I've been in meetings with more than 10 people from one company attend. Nice. One of the first Japanese business manners to master is the Meiji Kokan, meaning business card exchange. At the first meeting, Meiji Kokan is a must. It would be quite embarrassing to not have a card, as you would be viewed as incompetent or a person of no importance. There are many rules such as how to hold the card with both hands, how to dress yourself, how to set the card on the table, and to not put away the card until after the meeting. But that's a video for another. How to set importance. There are many rules such as how to hold the card with both hands, how to dress yourself, how to set the card on the table, and to not put away the card until after the meeting. But that's a video for another day. It's also Japanese business etiquette to show your clients to the elevator and to maintain the bow until the door closes.
So it's 5 o'clock now, and it's just kind of quiet. Makoto's just finishing up some emails. There's like not a lot to do before he finishes at 6, aside from all the emails that he missed throughout the day. So he's just working away. You would expect.
The day wouldn't be complete without a visit from the delivery man. The day wouldn't be complete without a visit from the delivery man. Yay! Finally done! Just a little past 6. Time to clock out and call it a day. Or maybe not. Are you going straight home? Before going to the next spot, he needs to buy some postage stamps to send out a few documents. Luckily, most convenience stores have a postbox inside.
Какие 5 товаров в этом мешке принесли нам 200 тысяч рублей в этом месяце? Интересно? Досмотри это видео до конца, если хочешь узнать, как запустить продажи на маркетплейсах удаленно в ближайшее время. Ты слышал о таких площадках, как Озон, Беру или Валберис? Возможно, даже что-то заказывал на этих сайтах. Но сегодня появилась возможность запустить продажи удаленно и получать их на автомате даже в кризис.
Oh, when elections get closer, you'll often see these campaign cars near large stations. So Makoto's company also supports an after-school program. Twice a week, he mentors the kids and eats dinner with them. Not so uncommon for Japanese salarymen to work all these additional hours. Now, the day is done. Back at his home station. He mentors... So Makoto's company also supports an after-school program. Twice a week, he mentors the kids and eats dinner with them. Not so uncommon for Japanese salarymen to work all these additional hours. Now, the day is done. Back at his home station. Oh no, he still has work after getting home.
今ちょっと簡単に最後のイメージチェックして、イギリスが本社だからちょっと時間ずれて結構入ってきてるんで、寝る前に片付けてみます。
That's a true Japanese salaryman spirit. Finally, like most Japanese, a bath at night before he goes to sleep. I mean, who would want to climb into bed after sweating all day without a bath?
Alright, so that's the end of Makoto's day. What did you guys think? If you guys like this Day in the Life series, I'm actually going to have a bunch more of these, so definitely hit that subscribe button and the bell button if you want to see more of these videos. As you can see, Makoto is just chilling. It's been quite a long day that he's had. He's actually been to so many places, traveling on the train. His sister's just right there, just chilling. I think his mom just came home. It's just been quite a long day. If you guys like this video, help me out and hit that like button. If you guys want to see what I'm doing on the daily, then definitely check out my Instagram channel. And I guess that's it. I'll see you guys in the next one. This video is brought to you by Squarespace. It's doing my Japan Day in the Life videos and Japan Daily Cost videos. I get a lot of comments asking how much do Japanese people make, or wow, Japanese people work way too much, or they have no lives. So I thought this may be a good time to make a video on how much Japanese people actually earn, as well as their working conditions. And I want you guys to let me know in the comments if Japanese salaries are better or worse than your country. If you want to see what I'm doing on a daily, check out my Instagram account. If you want to help support.
Главный тренд 2021 года.
Даже казино, понимаешь? Я вот лично считаю так. Ты можешь меняться, да, то есть то, да, да, это все, я не понимаю, что не писать. Казино это злые, конечно, там проходит, да. Вы понимаете. Лигеры. Вот лигерством занимаешься уже, да, вот я понял, да. Вот лигер. Ой. Мажор. Же мажор. Нет, здесь не надо. Наоборот, наоборот. Нет, видео позорное, это все видео, да. Ну ладно. Да ничего. Ну зато кто угодно может посмотреть, плевать на меня там и посмотреть, да не важно. Это как бы важный момент, вот как ты сам считаешь, да. Вот ты возьми, выложи какое-нибудь видео нехорошее про себя. Или наоборот, да, просто так вот. Никто его смотрел без номера, без всего, просто так вот, выкини куда-нибудь. Ну там, через твой канал куда-нибудь, да. Ну типа того, да. это все равно не просто так, я понимаю, да. Ну, в том-то и дело, что идут, что там, я понимаю, да. Ну, он про себя так говорит, да. Нет, ну да, это есть на самом деле. Леха, что ли? Губ никто из них нет, он себе так думает. Ну, нет, он думает, что я ну, наоборот, да, что я гопником отработаю, что ли. Да, я понял, да. Нет, ну да. Ну да, вот они и думают, что ты как бы это, ну это ваше дело, что там, да. Не, я просто вот положение тяжело нахожусь. Не, я как бы, не, просто болты берешь и пишешь взять что-нибудь там, да. Ну да, без разницы, какая разница. Все равно как бы это совпадает с моими начальниками. Ну как это надоели. Я даже объяснять не буду, просто как бы. Ну короче, это неправда, у меня нет намерения тебя грабить. Да. Ну это интересная версия, да. То есть когда тебе выложат или фото и да. Ну нет, я понял просто, да. Ну да. Это ваше. Я говорю, дзен. Они меня там убирают с Яндекса, убрали. Я говорю, что вы брали-то там? Чисто себе так. Кстати, можно тоже эту штучку сделать, да. Они ничего не понимают. Да, никто не смотрит. Кодекс что? Кодекс что? Он где чистил. Он себе так говорил, да. Что против них наговариваешь, да нет. Против себя наговорил просто. Против что, против Яндекса, что ли? Что, на себе так думает, да. Наоборот, потому что... Наоборот. А, вот это наоборот. Ничего, вот это. Что здесь мало платит, если не себе ты говоришь? Мама, это я тебе говорю, тебе то же самое говорю. Да, помню. What is this? Sony pieces, yay, pieces, pieces. Diplom. Зибульда. Кто здесь? Кто это я? Я это здесь? Нет, я здесь. Здесь это я. Здесь это сложный пафос.
A Japanese casino worker. This is Kento, 27 years old, living in Tokyo, and this is how he gets ready for his day. Unlike most Japanese, he prefers to take a short shower in the morning to start his day. So Kento's job requires him to change into uniform when he arrives, but despite this, he prefers to wear a suit during his commute. In fact, it's common for Japanese men to wear suits even though they will change into another uniform when they reach their workplace. So today, he has Hayaban, which means early shift. Depending on the day, he rotates with other staff between early shift and night shift, or Soban. He says, though, his company is careful to avoid scheduling a morning shift following a night shift on the previous day. Scheduling a morning shift following a night shift on the previous day. So his company is careful to avoid scheduling a morning shift following a night shift on the previous day. He lives about 15 minutes away from work by train. He decidedly lives in a relatively less crowded area, mostly residential with some shops and restaurants near the station, so that he has direct train line access to Shinjuku Station, the world's busiest train station with over 3.6 million people passing through daily. It's usually more crowded as they perform koidashi, which means they practice speaking clearly and loudly in proper language in unison. Because the pachinko hall is a loud working environment, it's critical for the staff to be able to speak to customers and each other clearly at a high volume. Now he gets a short break. 接客がいい人の全国でやってるんですけれども、実はですね、この全国1位になった人なんですよ、この人は。やってるんですけれども、実はですね、この全国1位になった人なんですよ、この人は。You're number one? How did you win? そうですね、やっぱり大切なのは、やっぱりこう来ていただけるお客様をいかにこう大切にできるかっていうところをやっぱり意識しながら。Wow, so there's more than 1,000 people lined up outside. I can't wait to see what happens when they all get in here. Finally, lottery time. They have a special machine, aptly called Fortune, for customers to draw tickets. And again, it's Kento's job to organize the people in line.
When the hall opens, Kento focuses on greeting and welcoming each and every customer that enters. Wow! Only a few minutes after opening, the floor is filled with customers. Now he must walk around the floor to assist the customers if they have any questions or need help. From here, it appears that he's super close to the customer, but it's a necessary distance if the hall is extremely loud. Yay! Finally, Yay! Finally, lunchtime! So his lunch breaks are only 30 minutes long, so he needs to be quick. To save time, he usually eats convenience store food in the office. Today, he went with a curry bento, which actually looks pretty good. As part of his job, he also has a bit of computer work. He needs to verify the hikitsugi, which is basically a daily record of events from the shift before him. Staff must report what happened during the shift with things like machines, customers, etc., and share it with the next shift so there isn't a break in their service quality. So while Kento is doing some work right there, let me kind of show you around and show you how this whole thing works. So Maruhan has pachinko and slot machines. Slot machines are fairly universal, so let me explain how to play pachinko. Pachinko is a type of mechanical ball game resembling pinball, but instead with many tiny balls and with the aim to drop the balls into a specific pocket in the machine. If one of the balls goes into the designated pocket called stato chaka, it will initiate a slot machine-like roll on the LCD screen. If the numbers or patterns line up, then it's a jackpot, and then your winnings, more balls, will be dispensed in the bottom of the tray. So here's the interesting part. The winnings can be used to claim various prizes like these offered at the front desk, but cannot be claimed for cash directly since gambling is prohibited by Japanese law. Instead, the winnings can be exchanged into gold chips. Then, outside at a neighboring TUC shop, the gold chips can be exchanged for cash. Oh, and they even have an app, which reports the usage history and winning statistics from each machine, which is one of the reasons why many customers want to come early and get their choice of the machine. Which is one of the have an app which reports the usage history and winning statistics from each machine, which is one of the reasons why many customers want to come early and get their choice of the machine. Now he's back in the hall, and similar to the morning, he attends to customers. But as the machines get used by customers, he must ensure that each machine remains clean, so he wipes down each machine and takes trash away from customers. In Japanese customer service, there's an old saying, "Okyakusama wa kami-sama," which directly translated, "customers are God," which basically means that even if the customers are saying something wrong, you still apologize, while also being extremely polite and careful to never get in the customer's way. Oh, he found a ball on the floor. In this case, he usually gives it to the closest customer sitting down. So when a customer continues to win, they eventually run out of space for their winnings. When that happens, Kento's job is to create more space for them. He uses this special cart to store the balls or medals, which is locked up so no one steals it. Oh, I guess the customer is taking a meal break, so during this time, Kento turns off the machine so that other customers can't use it. This is the coin counter for the slot machines. He's also responsible for helping clean the toilets. Now he gets another short break. So how many breaks do you get in a day? So how many breaks do you get in a day? So what are you doing now?
はい、今はデータチェックをやっております。うちの1160台8個スロットあるんですけども、そのデータを一台一台すべて確認します。
So he does this several times a day, looking for data errors and potential fraud. If he discovers a problem, he immediately notifies the floor staff to resolve the issue, ensuring that customers have an enjoyable experience. Oh, there's number one. He's working on something. What are you doing right now?
景品です。お客様が出した玉とかメダルで交換できるメインの商品になります。だいたい1000玉相当。 になってます。
Now he's reviewing the security camera footage. Apparently, the system can register customers who steal via face recognition. The system can even detect these customers despite covering up with hats or masks. So as part of being the hall manager, Kento must evaluate the floor staff periodically. His company emphasizes superior customer service, so frequent evaluations is a crucial part of maintaining their level of service. Oh nice, they have a how-to playbook in different languages for foreign customers. Oh, she's a new employee. You can tell by the yellow and green badge on her shirt. And he... He's gonna give her feedback now. He tells me that when he was on the other end of the table, when he first started, the process allowed him to learn a lot about customer service. Now it's his turn to write up the hikitsugi for the next shift so they can see what happened today. Finally, it's time to wrap up the shift with Shude, a final staff meeting. In this meeting, staff share what happened during the day and use it as a learning moment so they can come in the future. At the end, the staff perform a pocket check to help prevent staff theft. Oh, it's her last day of work, so she's giving a speech. In Japan, it's customary for staff to present a shikishi, a huge card with messages on it. Yay! Now we're done with work. Instead of going home, Kento usually goes out for dinner and drinking with his coworkers. So now they're headed to the restaurant to meet up with some of their coworkers. In Japan, drinking at dinner with a group of people is called nomikai, often held at an izakaya drinking restaurant. For many Japanese, nomikais are an important part of work culture, as this is where they really get to know their coworkers, which helps create a stronger bond at the workplace. In fact, Kento says that many of the staff live on the same train line, so they often go out with each other. So Kento and his coworkers are going to be here probably until 10 o'clock, eating and drinking, and then after that, who knows, because they're in Shinjuku. But it's pretty much the day in the life of a Japanese casino worker. So if you guys like this video, help me out and hit the like button. If you guys have any questions, leave it in the comment section. If you guys want to help support the channel, check out the Tokyo merch right here. And if you guys want to see what I'm doing on the daily, check out my Instagram account. And finally, if you guys want to see more day in the life videos, hit that subscribe button and the bell button. I'll catch you guys in the next one. This is a day in the life in a Japanese auto repair shop. This is Irina. She's 30 years old and works at a car repair shop in Toyota, Japan. And she's just waking up for work. She lives with her parents in this 2-story house up for work. Car repair shop in Toyota, Japan. And she's just waking up for work. She lives with her parents in this 2-story house, which is very common in Japan, even outside the city. You don't take a shower in the morning? She says she prefers to take baths at night instead. Very common in Japan. How long does it take to wear makeup? For breakfast, her mom makes her an onigiri, which she packs with a mugicha. Oh yeah, and she snags her favorite morning drink, soy milk tea. Her mom makes her an onigiri, which she packs with a mugicha. Oh yeah. Yeah, and she snags her favorite morning drink, soy milk tea.
Стой, тебе не надоело отдавать деньги банку? Останься всего на 40 секунд, и я расскажу тебе об инвестициях, которые принесут тебе прибыль.
Unlike major cities like Tokyo, Irina commutes to work by car. She rents a parking space from a neighbor nearby since the 2 lots at her house are full. Oh yeah, and I keep saying Toyota, and you might be wondering, well, the answer is yeah. The city was named after the car manufacturer as Toyota is located here. Fun fact, 85% of the population in Toyota works in the car industry. And Aichi Prefecture, where Toyota is located, has more registered cars than anywhere in Japan. Oh, and look, she's watching the morning TV news on her navigation screen. So her commute time is about 15 to 20 minutes without traffic, which is pretty normal here, and it definitely beats the average 1 hour long Tokyo shoulder-to-shoulder train commute. Oh wow, did you hear the anime voice? That's her coworker activating his car security system.
Oh wow, just in time. So what the mechanics are doing right now is called radio taiso, which translates to radio exercises. It's a warm-up calisthenics performed to music and guidance from a radio broadcast. The mechanics here do it every morning before they start work. In fact, it's an old Japanese tradition dating back to 1928. Not all Japanese companies do it these days, but many still carry on their tradition. Oh, and the mechanics follow up the morning exercises with chore, a morning company meeting to review with each other what work needs to be done for the day. Erina works for a company called Aiho Denki, an auto repair company employing about 30 staff, mainly mechanics. Like most people, Erina works Monday through Friday, but she's also required to work every other Saturday. When Erina arrives to work every day, she has to stamp an attendance, but pretty old school, right? I think the mechanics are still discussing today's tasks. So, how do you start your day? Many smaller Japanese companies don't hire daily cleaning services, but instead rely on workers to clean the office. It's supposed to promote selflessness and community. What do you guys think? Nice, now the shop is clean as a carburetor. She can finally get back to her desk and work on accounting tasks. Her Japanese title is Kiri-jimu, which means both office accountant and office administrator. I don't know if this is common in other countries, but let's just say she has a expansive role in the office. Are you usually by yourself in the office? So it looks like one of them is cleaning a different part of the office, and the other one is picking up a mechanic at a customer site. Like I gave her something. What is that? So fax machines are still alive and well in most Japanese companies. In fact, if you ever receive a Japanese business card, you'll notice that most respectable companies still have a fax number listed. Hey, did you notice how she waited a long time to hang up the phone after talking? That's because hanging up the phone before the client is considered immensely rude in Japanese business culture. I guess she's busy doing her morning desk work, so let's go see what's under the hood of this shop. So the weather itself is kind of taking a turn for the worse. It's really raining outside, so I'm just gonna kind of see what they're fixing today. What are you guys fixing right now? Oh, got it. That's a replacement AC evaporator for the car. Can you tell me what this is? That's a replacement AC evaporator for the car. Can you tell me what this is? Oh, basically it says which mechanic has to do what for the day. So if you look right behind me, you'll actually see a little shrine. And you'll find this very common in Japanese houses as well as Japanese businesses. They're known as a sense of good luck for the business. There's actually kind of like a feng shui to it where it always needs to face the same direction. What's actually quite interesting are these magnetic stickers. These stickers are used as indicators for when someone's a new driver. Basically, you attach the magnetic sticker to the front and the back of your car. In fact, in my case, I don't drive so much in Tokyo or in Japan for that matter. So every time I drive, I prefer to actually have one of these stickers on the car. So right now, she's gluing down special receipts called ryōshūshō for record keeping. These official receipts are used to track expenses in Japan, and they're quite magical, as only the total amount of the expenses listed and the individual items disappear. Rina, are you going somewhere? So ordering and picking up bento lunches for everyone is another one of her daily tasks. But damn, it's a pain when it's raining like today, especially for filming. Oh, I guess a quick smoke to help her along to the next task.
предлагаю вам следующее.
It's also part of our job to prepare tea for everyone before lunch, even though everyone can buy their own drinks from a vending machine. See, traditional Japanese business culture is still very apparent in this company, as group needs are placed above the individual. Oh, that's thoughtful of her. Apparently when it's hot outside, she makes barley tea instead. She changes depending on the weather. Instead. Oh. As group needs are placed above the individual. Oh, that's thoughtful of her. Apparently when it's hot outside, she makes barley tea instead. She changes depending on the weather. This is the break room, and she's now setting things up for everyone. How nice of her. So how much is one bento? Wow, about $4.50. She further explains that the company subsidizes the bento, so it only costs 350 yen, about $3.20. Wait, you're not eating with everyone else? Thanks, Arina-san. Thanks, Arina's hard work, the mechanics can have a pleasant lunch break. So the bento menu is always the same? Okay, I guess I'm gonna rain has let up a little bit. It's still a bit cloudy, but it was a lot better than earlier. Check out this car behind me. It's kind of like a three-wheeled little buggy. It has one wheel in the front and it has two wheels in the back, and it has kind of like a truck bed. And in fact, I've never actually seen one of these in my life. And the door opens up from the front right there. You can see that it has even great seats. Oops, I just caught her during her lunchtime nap. Let's turn off the camera and come back a little bit later. After a nice lunch nap, Irina has to clean up the break room. So it looks like we're going on a delivery run to drop off some parts for a customer. Why did you choose this job?
Опять есть хочу. Что такое? Не то чтобы. Наоборот. Ладно, туфту это съем. Как туфту? Как будет съедобно или нет? Непонятно. Выяснил, съедобно или нет. Главное сладкость, а так оно как бенч эдиды, знаешь, а никто не берет меня, понимаешь?
Job. What's your favorite car? So they're off delivering the packages right now to the client, and they should be back in a little bit. It took about, I don't know, like maybe 15-20 minutes to drive here. Oh, they're back. That was quick. Offering packages right now to the client, and they should be back in a little bit. It took about, I don't know, like maybe 15-20 minutes to drive here. Oh, they're back. That was quick. Offering finishing the rest of the job this afternoon. It's a bit quiet, so let's play some Inspector Gadget and look around this place. So these two young mechanics are new hires. Let's see what they're up to. Hey, what are you guys doing? So basically they're removing the black glue from the blocks so they can reuse them for insulations. So what's up with this Porsche? Oh, I guess AC repairs are in high demand for the summer. Irina, what are you doing right now? Traditional Japanese companies are still very much paper-based, so Irina has to prepare the monthly payment slips for each employee. Her second smoke break of the day. At least this time she has a break buddy. So he's telling me that his work officially starts at 9 a.m. every day, but he has to arrive even earlier for the exercises and the morning meeting. Damn, it really takes a dedicated mindset to work in a Japanese company. He's telling me that his work officially starts at 9 a.m. every day, but he has to arrive even earlier for the exercises and the morning meeting. Damn, it really takes a dedicated mindset to work in a Japanese company. Exchanging business cards when you first meet someone is still very much an important part of Japanese business culture. The cards, though, start to pile up, so she has to organize them for the CEO. Now she's picking up parts from the storage room for the mechanics. She really does everything in the office. So it's 5:30, and one of her final duties is to empty out the trash bins throughout the office. Oh look, it's a talking anime car. I didn't get a chance to show you guys earlier. What do you think? Alright, end of the day, time to count the money. So Japanese money is made with thick paper, so it allows them to count it like this. It's quite different when compared to America. I wonder if any other countries count it this way. Nice! Finished just after 6. I've noticed more and more companies in Japan adopting standard working hours for their employees. But don't get me wrong, many Japanese companies still have crazy long work hours. It seems like your dog Coco-chan missed her too.
Снова проснулся по привычке, как будто в офис ехать. Да нет.
At the end of the day, her mom usually prepares a meal if she doesn't have plans with her friends. And look, she's serving hamburger tonight. I think it's a great way to end the day. But what did you think about her day? As you can see, right after dinner, they're just hanging out, watching TV, and this is like basically a day in the life working at an auto repair shop. If you guys want to help support the channel, then definitely check out the Tokyo merch. And if you want to see more videos in this day in the life series, and I'm coming up with so much more, so definitely hit that subscribe button and the bell button, and I'll catch you guys in the next one.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. Japan, one of the safest countries in the world. In fact, when it comes to crime in 2017, the Japan crime rate hit record lows with a total of 915,000 recorded crimes, when compared to the US with almost triple the population, had a total of 8.9 million recorded crimes. For me, there's no better place to visit or even live, and probably why I've been here for more than 15 years. So if you've never been to Japan, then I definitely recommend visiting once, at least in your life. But before you visit, you might want to know why Japan arrests foreigners. Well, the simple answer is, when many foreigners come over, they simply fail to understand Japanese laws, their severity, and the overall judicial system, until it's too late. And believe me, I've seen and heard enough stories of foreigners getting arrested that I wanted to make this video for you guys, so when you visit Japan, you don't end up arrested. Because the last thing you want to do, especially coming to Japan, is get arrested. I won't be doing this video by myself, but I've actually invited a real Japanese trial lawyer to help answer some of our questions today. And without further ado, let's get this thing started. So Yugo's finally here. Can you just tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hi, I'm Yugo. I'm Yugo Ishibashi. I'm a Japanese lawyer. I like to consider myself as a trial lawyer.
Okay.
And I'm doing a lot of criminal cases. So today I would like to explain you about the Japanese justice system.
So maybe before we start about all of the different situations that foreigners could get themselves arrested for, maybe you can kind of share with me how the justice system overall kind of works here in Japan?
Okay. So if you get arrested, police will get you in custody for 72 hours. And within that 72 hours, they have to decide whether to detain you or not. The prosecutor will file a request. And if the judge approves such request, then you'll get detained for 10 days. And this 10 days, it could be extended for 10 more days. So in total, the detainment will last 23 days. And if you're a foreigner and you don't have a permanent residency, it's likely that you'll get arrested and get detained for 23 days for one crime.
Okay.
Of course, if you have committed another crime and if they arrest you for that, that will be 46.
So if you say you shoplift and then you also assaulted someone,
yes,
23 days each.
Yes. Peculiar thing about the Japanese justice system is, in most of the other countries, you can request for a bail if you get arrested.
Yeah.
So probably in the United States, you will get out of it in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Probably. But in Japan, we don't have that system. You only can request a bail after you get indicted. You can see a lawyer, but you cannot get bailed out. You cannot get outside the cell. You have to stay in custody for 23 days. Maybe after 3 days, you can meet your family.
Okay.
50 minutes each day, and if you get indicted, you may get detained for longer, or they release you. If you get arrested for doing shoplifting, for example, or a bar fight, it's a minor crime, but if you're a foreigner, you don't have a permanent residency, there is a risk that you will get detained for 23 days.
So just let me clarify this, okay? If you feel like you've committed a crime, then they'll take you to the police station.
Yes.
They'll hold you for 3 days. They don't have to charge you with a crime.
No.
Basically, they'll just interrogate you for 3 days. And within that 3 days, if they don't charge you with a crime, then they have to let you go, okay?
Or they ask you for detainment, up to 20 days. 10 days plus 10 days.
What happens if you don't speak the language?
Well, there's an interpreter, but 23 days, I think it's outrageous. Some people lose their jobs, lose their families. What happens during that 23 days, the police will do some investigation and you will get interrogated. No emails, no telephone. And although you have the right to remain silent, in Japan, the authorities construe that you have to be there when the officer questions you. So that's the difference, because my understanding is other countries, if you have the right to remain silent, you don't have to go through the interrogation. So that's also a big difference. So during the interrogation, you have to be in the room with the officer, and they will throw the questions. And they will put pressure on you. Oh, they will say, it's better for you to plead guilty, and they are accusing you for a crime, and although you have the right to remain silent, it's really difficult, hard to exercise it right. Also, one more thing. The lawyer is not allowed to be present during the interrogation. In other countries, usually the lawyers are with you, but not in Japan. They don't allow that here in Japan. Okay. So a lot of pressure. And that's why a lot of people confess, even confess what's not true, and thus the conviction rate of 99.9%. And this is called hostile justice.
Okay, what's that called in Japanese? That they basically force a confession.
Yes, because if you, for shoplifting, maybe they would just tell you not to do it anymore, or maybe a fine, but if you plead not guilty, they will keep you for a longer period. After they indict you, you will be detained, and sometimes it could end up a year because they don't bail you out. The judge won't approve it. They want your confession. That's why it's called hostage justice.
You're better off just confessing.
Well, a lot of people will think that way. It's in a way rational.
Well, what about an embassy, for example? Can they do anything for you?
Well, they can come and they can probably give your message to your family, but not much.
Alright, so let me just take a quick break right now and thank our sponsors, Squarespace. Without them, I wouldn't be able to make these videos for you guys. So I've been using Squarespace for the last 7 years to start up all the different businesses I've had. It's just been so easy to get my online presence out there. In fact, when we created Tokyo Z-Rail, I let Michael, who's never managed or built a website in her life, and it was super easy for her to use. What's really nice is that they have all these different templates, then you can go choose. So if any of you are looking to actually get a website out there or get your online presence out there, you can go to squarespace.com and try it for free. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/Paolo from Tokyo and get 10% off your first purchase on your domain or website. It's that easy. Well, let's kind of talk about theft. That's one of the common reasons why foreigners get arrested here in Japan.
Yes.
So someone goes into a shop, they go and take an item, the shopkeeper sees them, they get stopped. What's the process there?
Well, they will call for police. They will take you to a police office nearby, and probably you'll get arrested, detained, and the process I explained to you earlier, the 23 days. And also, if you ask for a lawyer, they usually have interpreter, but there is a language barrier. And usually, if it's a theft and if he's pleading guilty, and if he has a lawyer, we are trying to make a settlement with the victim, trying to compensate. But recently, a lot of stores, those big stores, clothing stores or merchandise, they refuse to settle. The reason for that is because the damage caused by shoplifting, it's a huge amount. They don't want to settle anymore, and they want to be more strict on the punishment.
Что такое шоплифтинг? Что-то воровство, это воровство, это непонятно. Ну, это с прилавка сорвалось. А, или ты используешь предмет, когда, да?
Punishment. Stores, clothing stores, or merchandise, they refuse to settle. The reason for that is because the damage caused by shoplifting, it's a huge amount. They don't want to settle anymore, and they want to be more strict on the punishment.
It's a warning sign to everyone else that's trying to shoplift.
The difference between the Japanese and the foreigners is the foreigners, especially those sightseeing tourists, they don't have a permanent residency. There's a risk of flight if they don't live in Japan. So that gives authority to arrest and to detain them.
Wow.
So it's a funny thing. If you get convicted, for example, you're guilty, but it was a minor offense, so the court tells you to pay a fine, but you already spent like a year in jail. Well, the crime you committed was a minor, small crime, but still they will put you in jail a year or two, or even longer.
Until you confess.
Yes. And many times people ask me, should I confess even I haven't done it? But as a lawyer, it's really hard to say.
There's one thing I wanted to talk about. There was two roommates, and one of the roommates actually got some drugs sent to their apartment. Because both of them are living in the same space, they both got detained or arrested.
I think it's a matter of how strong that evidence is. If there's no evidence, they cannot arrest you, and there's no reason to arrest you. So there must be some kind of evidence. The question is, how strong is that evidence? For example, of what you have told me now, they found drugs where those two people were living, right?
Yeah.
So there is suspicion.
But it was only sent to one person.
The other guy says, right? Of course, if the situation shows, for example, if they go through a computer, they will check your email, and if they find like email exchanges with the other person and the person who sent those drugs, then probably you can say, I didn't do it, and there's no evidence. They will release you, or they will decide not to indict you.
But what happens if you don't give them your password?
Oh, that's interesting. For example, iPhone.
Yeah.
If you don't give them your password, pass number, they cannot open it. Not even the FBI can open it, I heard. So there are people who refuse to give their password.
So you can do that on the computer as well. You don't have to give them your password.
No.
What about your thumbprint?
You can.
Push your thumb onto the phone.
They are not allowed to do that. Thumbprint,
Yeah.
or refusing to give your ID or urine test, not allowing them to search your bags. You have the right to do that. And if you have a strong will, then probably you can go over that. But it's not easy for, how do I say, regular people.
So let me get this straight. So if someone gets caught with drugs, within those 23 days, if they do confess to that crime, and then once they're indicted, the court process, how long could take?
Well, if you're pleading guilty, it will be 2 months, 2-3 months.
Okay, so on top of the maybe 3 weeks you've spent, you can spend another 2 months in jail.
Now, if you're in Tokyo, it will be Tokyo Detention Center. Well, you can request a bail.
You can request bail at that time if you're going to
Yes,
get indicted.
if you have somebody who could
Pay for the bill.
pay for the bill, and if you have a friend, somebody who...
Okay, we'll vouch for you.
Yes.
So you get 2 to 3 months for the trial. And once that's completed, they sentence you.
You get sentenced for, let's say, half year, 6 months, or a year, with 3 years of probation.
Yeah.
But then there's the visa issue. That's a different matter. The immigration center cancel your visa, and then they will ask you to come to the immigration office, and there you get detained again.
How long usually?
Well, if you can afford your own ticket, then not long. Otherwise, you will have to wait until there's a special airplane for deportation.
That's pretty serious, right?
It's serious, yes. Actually, not the crime itself that is serious. I think it's the system. I've seen people, foreigner, they got arrested for shoplifting. Only a rice bowl. For one rice bowl, he was detained for almost a year, and after that, he was deportation.
Do you think marijuana, cocaine, is drugs, or is that something that's common for foreigners to get arrested?
Well, not only foreigners, also for Japanese people.
But it is.
It happens often. Theft and drugs, even a bar fight. For example, if you were fighting against a Japanese and the police comes, of course, they will listen to this Japanese guy because they can communicate with this person.
Okay. So you can explain your story, they can explain their story, the police will just probably hear that one side. So what do?
They can arrest you. The same with the drugs.
So if the Japanese person says, oh, he hit me first, he assaulted me, the police can just arrest you.
Yes.
And
But there's also cameras around, so if you could prove that your story is true.
So if you do get in a fight and you did hit someone first, you're going to go down this path.
There's a possibility.
Yeah.
But of course, it doesn't mean necessarily that you get arrested.
They may let you go.
Yes.
So let's talk about graffiti.
Okay.
I'm in Shibuya. I see it all around. Is it that bad?
Well, you can get arrested
if
you get caught doing that, and the same thing can happen. 3 days arrest, and then 20 days of detention. But usually, within that 23 days, and if he's pleading guilty, we will try to contact those owners of the building and negotiate with them and get into a settlement. If that succeeds, they will be released.
But graffiti is pretty serious.
Yes.
It's not just like, oh, I just painted something.
No.
Forgive me.
No. And it's also, I've seen some cases, those people I met were misled by the false information. Information says Shibuya is a free city. They are welcome to do graffiti. So graffiti artists, they gather to Shibuya, do the paintings, and the police comes by, friendly hello, and then they get arrested.
Oh, really? That's happened?
Because they think they are welcome.
Because you see it everywhere.
Well, theft or graffiti, fighting, drugs.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not drugs, but other things. There are also a crime in other countries, not only Japan.
Yeah.
But what makes it so serious is not the crime itself, it's the system.
If someone does commit one of these crimes here in Japan, what should they do?
What you should do, it really depends on the situation, so I can't really say like you should do this. But you ask the police officer and they have to call for a lawyer.
Okay.
First time it's free.
Is it okay to not say anything?
And tell my clients to remain silent. There's no point in giving information to your opponent, right?
So if you guys have any more questions on this, I'll leave some information in the description of the video. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if you guys have any questions about what we discussed today, then leave it in the comment section, and maybe if we get enough comments and interesting questions, then maybe you will join me for another video and we can answer all of those questions.
Сабок Роксбая всего за 2159 рублей.
Ну, хорош! Мастер на все ноги! Покупайте товары российских продавцов на Алиэкспресс.
Ну, наоборот, может, ну, вот нет, наоборот. Если взорвет черницу, вот нет. Здорово, не понял. Играешь ты просто, да. Ну да. Ну да. что это значит? Ну и что я сижу на одном месте долго? То есть не переехал давно уже. А, ну вот это она имеет в виду. Ну да. Ну и что это значит-то? Что ты злой, просто злой, вот и просто. Наоборот, ну на себя так. Ну вот нет, наоборот, это нет.
музыкальности можно научиться.
Надо иметь в виду. Не умеешь петь, просто не играешь ничего, не умеешь играть. себе играешь, что ли? Где, что, 12? А, 21. Туториал принципе, это же то же самое, что для меня. Не так уж и сильно все плохо. Карамбулаш. Давай, до свидания. Какая интересная вещь. Получается, деньги это нехорошо. Зло, да, получается. Потому что что, вслепую, потому что. Или перерасход, потому что заставляешь людей покупать то, что не, как бы, да, перерасход, потому что, да. Не заставляешь, но. Ладно. Деньги не нужны, говорит, никому, да я себе. Ну вот это имеется в виду. То есть утопия, то есть, не понимаете. То есть и финансовый сектор это все мошенничество, зло. Да. Все эти ожидания, то есть как бы там, то есть, ну да. Я просто поймал уже на своем. Что там ничего нету вообще, да, все это выдумано, да. Все равно будет одно и то же, понимаете? Ты никак это не развяжешь, работать надо. Да, то есть оно есть, и там нужны специалисты, там нужны гении, там нужны мужики, понимаешь? Которые мечтают, которым вот не все равно, как вот ты сказал, да. Да, которые не семьянины, ну типа того, герои, наверное, как-то так, да. Верно. Как-то по-настоящему, то есть суть событий, смысл, да, за себя, что ли, как вот скажешь, да. Ну да, ну а как? Слишком банально, да. Слишком ни о чем.
В рабстве есть система. Я всегда говорю, что мое отчаяние...
Ну как бы, если ты не финансист, то там просто, как бы я так думаю, да, думаешь за дела свои, а там, знаешь, да. Как их делать так, чтобы их хотели,
From a Japanese politician. This is Ayumi, 36 years old, living in Tokyo, and she's just waking up for work. Oh, and that's her 2-year-old son, Hiro-kun. They live in a 3 LDK apartment together with her husband, but he's away during the weekdays. It's called tanchin funin in Japanese, which means married partner living separately from the family for work. It's fairly common in Japan. Since he's not around, Ayumi's mother comes by every morning to help out. Hiro-kun is quite active, so she helps watch him, while Ayumi cooks and gets ready for the day. The first thing she does is prepare for Hiro-kun's breakfast. She feels it's important for her son to have a balanced Japanese-style meal every day, but doesn't have the time in the morning to prepare all of the dishes, so she does a lot of the meal prep whenever she has free time.
Хочешь заговорить на английском? Follow me. Привет, меня зовут Алекс Рубанов, и я основатель онлайн-школы английского.
Now, while Hiro-kun slowly works on his breakfast with Grandma, Ayumi prepares a typical Japanese bento box for his lunch. Wow, that looks delicious! Oh no, I think her son is getting fussy. Oh, Ayumi is making a kiara-ben. It's short for character bento, and it's very common in Japan to prepare it for kids so they can have fun during their lunchtime. After breakfast, she helps Hirokun practice reading hiragana. Finally, she gets time to get herself ready. It only takes Ayumi 5 minutes to get ready since she took a bath the night before. I think that's a day in the life series women's record. And for her breakfast, she's having a banana smoothie. Nice! That's a pin given to only city council members. Before work, she takes her son to nursery school. In Tokyo, getting your child enrolled in a nursery school can be as competitive as getting into university, but dual working parents have a slight advantage. So Ayumi lives fairly close to her office, sometimes even taking her bicycle, but today she's decided to take the bus. Dual working. Getting your child enrolled in a nursery school can be as competitive as getting into university, but dual working parents have a slight advantage. So Ayumi lives fairly close to her office, sometimes even taking her bicycle, but today she's decided to take the bus. The ride itself is less than 20 minutes, relatively short compared to most Japanese salaryman commutes. So Ayumi works as a kugi-kaigin, in English, a city council member for Minato-ku in Tokyo. Confusingly, the term ku in English means ward, a subdivision of a city, yet in Tokyo, all of the 23 wards, like Minato-ku, are classified as cities since they're equally independent and governed like a city, even with their own mayor. So I'm just in front of City Hall, and Ayumi should be arriving in just a little bit. Oh, there she is! Let's go see how she's doing. Good morning! What time did you sleep last night?
昨日は1時ぐらいに寝ました。
It's super hot today, right?
今日も暑い。もう今日も子供もとっても暑い思いをして保育園に行きました。
So Ayumi has been working as a city council member for over 5 years, and this is her second term. There are 34 council members in Minato City, directly elected by citizens every 4 years. City council members decide on matters such as budgets, ordinance, and deliberate and decide on municipal policies, all the while working closely with the mayor. This term, 13 out of the 34 members are women, one of the highest representation of women council members in Japan. In fact, only 10.2% of Japan's SAT members are women, the lowest in the G20. Oh, look, representation of women council members in Japan. In fact, only 10.2% of Japan's SAT members are women, the lowest in the G20. Oh, it looks like her intern is patiently waiting at her door. This is Ayumi's office, a very typical style Japanese office. Open island style desk set up with no cubicles so that everyone can easily communicate with one another. Oh, another intern has arrived. So why did you decide to become a city council member?
日本をね、良くしたいのは私が何とかしなきゃいけないと思って立ち上がりました。
As an intern for a
私が何とかしなきゃいけないと思って立ち上がりました。
As an intern for a Japanese politician, it's important to always be available when needed. In this case, they stand at the edge of the desk, ready and waiting for Ayumi's next instruction. How old are you?
19歳。
Oh, you're a college student.
大学1年。
Which university do you go to?
法政大学。
引率出すね。
ありがとう。
What are you gonna do now?
今から会社さんとミーティングをします。行きます。こんにちは。よろしくお願いします。
As a council member, one of her jobs is to discover useful services that the city can offer to its residents. Today, she's meeting with a company who provides short-term training hopes to offer the service to the city. In Japan, it's crucial and even more important to wait until they're no longer visible before you leave. Just after her meeting, she decides to go to the city assembly hall to practice her speech for the next council meeting.
2020年第3回定例会において港政策会議を代表して榎本あゆみが区長
She usually doesn't practice, but since they installed a plastic panel for coronavirus recently, she wanted to see how it would be like to speak. Oh cool, that's her seat. All council members are assigned their own seat in the hall. It even has her name on it.
So nobody uses the assembly hall right now?
今は議会が閉会してる最中なの。でも私はその9月の議会で代表質問をするからたくさん今準備をしてなきゃいけないの。
Finally, lunchtime! As a Japanese politician, her schedule is filled from morning till evening, so much so that she can barely take a 30-minute lunch. She often takes lunch at the City Hall public cafeteria located in the building. Prices are quite reasonable, so you'll find even residents visiting City Hall eating here. Tanuki soba, great choice! Wow, the food here is quite reasonably priced, and check out this view. It's pretty amazing. And little secret for all of you, anyone can actually come here. Do you three eat together every day?
そう、いるときはね。
In between meetings, she must diligently follow up on paperwork as her time is limited. Oh, she's using a hanko, an official Japanese stamp. So the hanko stamp system is embedded deeply in Japanese government procedures and sign-off documents. It's the equivalent of an official signature in Western culture. Basically, any official documents in Japan require a hanko stamp for approval. But just this year, Japan's State Minister has been pushing to remove many of the hanko stamp procedures from government documents. But who knows? This plan still needs to get hankoed off. That's a staff member from the City Council office. As a council member, Ayumi often worked with the office to discuss council operations. So in addition to meeting with people from outside, she's also responsible for handling internal administrative tasks. Since the Olympics were cancelled in Tokyo, is there a lot of things that you need to take care of?
港区はオリンピックの時にお台場の海でトライアスロンの競技をする予定でした。
They constructed a fence to block out the race so people couldn't get in. But since the Olympics were cancelled, they had to take it down. Now, if the Olympics proceed next year, the city will have to rebuild all of the infrastructure, costing additional taxpayer money. So it looks like they're going to be working for a little bit. Let's take advantage of this time and explore the place. So we're on the first floor lobby area right now, and it looks like there's some open meeting tables, so if you wanted to meet someone, you can actually meet them here. And just right in front of her office, it looks like they have some mailboxes for all the people on this floor. Wow, this office is stacked with papers. Like many businesses in Japan, a Japanese government office is still very much paper-based. In fact, Suga, Japan's new prime minister as of this year, is proposing to digitize much of Japan's government services, even ordering the creation of a digital agency. But again, much of this still needs to be budgeted and passed to the National Diet for approval.
これで港区のいろんな事業の書類が入っています。過去5年間分ぐらいが全部入ってます。
So just right here, it looks like they have all their cups and plates. But I'm kind of curious to see what's behind these doors. Let's see. Oh wow, a sink! Who would have thunk? Now it's time to get the party started. As a city council member, she spends a lot of time meeting people, gathering information and hearing problems from residents. So much so, Ayumi's often out of the office.
それから永田町に行きます。
What's there?
永田町は国会議事堂があって、国会議員が全員いる場所です。
So Ayumi belongs to the Tokyo branch of the Democratic Party for the People, and today she has an appointment at the party headquarters. She's supposed to drop off a list of supporters, but the truth is that she could probably do this by email. The real discuss internal party matters that don't necessarily get discussed during general party meetings. As a Japanese politician, it's always important to understand what's happening behind the scenes. Now, she's gonna visit one of the officials in the Sangiin, in English, House of Councillors, which is the upper house of Japan's national diet. He also belongs to the same party, just on the national level. She's visiting him to also hear his thoughts on recent party matters. She says it's critical for her to always gather information from different sources in order to make the best decisions. So where are you going now?
これから港パーク芝浦に行きます。ここでパパとママたちと子育て支援に関する座談会をします。
By the way, she's wearing a bright blue dress today, which is her campaign color. In Japan, many politicians color usually something bright like a strong red or green. Damn, it's such an open office back there. Very typical in Japan for government offices to be open like this to the public. As a mother herself, one of her goals is to improve the lives of her community members by making it easier to raise children. In order for her to do that, she regularly hosts hearing sessions with parents in the community. Oh, it seems like she's giving feedback about the support Minato City offers after giving birth. Apparently, you can get support from the city for a home helper and postpartum doula. That's interesting. Where are you going now? Can I ask you what you love about this job? So local residents have been voicing concerns about how people are getting injured at the bike gates by the bridge, and one of the residents has volunteered to meet with her to explain the situation so she can better understand it. So one of Ayumi's biggest responsibilities is to help solve problems that residents are having. So after these type of hearings, she follows up with the city officers to discuss how it can be improved. Based on their feedback, she reports to the residents to see if the offered solution will be sufficient, basically acting as a conduit between the people and the city officials. So local residents can basically acting as a conduit between the people and the see if the offered solution will be sufficient. Basically acting as a conduit between the people and the city officials. So local residents can contact you directly?
そうです。私たち、私もそうですけど、職業はすごくオープン、開かれていて、もう誰でも私にコンタクト取れます。
Oh, she's back at home. In Japan, it's common to see politicians giving speeches at the station, sometimes even on top of huge vans. It's called Gaito Enzetsu. It's a Japanese way to let the community know what your policies and goals are, and a way for them to remember you. It often happens in the morning or evening when commuter traffic is the heaviest. And Ayumi has keenly set up on the exiting side of the train station this evening to catch the commuters returning home. Do you need to get permission for this?
政治活動は許可は必要ありません。日本中どこでも
So after work, she volunteers for community night patrols. And look, Hinoko is here. Local residents all get together to patrol the area to help prevent crimes by walking the neighborhood. So why do you start today? The very first thing Moe does when the baby wakes up. Oh, and our husband is finally up. When did she start eating Rinyu Shoku?
これはだいたい5ヶ月の時からスタートして4ヶ月目
Shoku.
これはだいたい5ヶ月の時からスタートして4ヶ月目かな。いた
Susan is eating porridge with natto, mashed broccoli, and tornado flakes. In fact, natto, which is fermented soybean, is one of the most popular foods to feed babies in Japan. So this is Motoki, and he's gonna go for a morning run before he starts his workday. Alright, so Moe should be up right now with Seitan. Let's go see how they're doing. Good morning. Damn, I guess feeding babies in any country is an everyday challenge. Is it always like this? Eating, huh? Now she can finally have her morning coffee. Wait, you can drink caffeinated coffee?
1日1杯までは OK に自分の中でルールにして
Caffeinated coffee?
1日1杯までは OK
You can drink caffeinated coffee?
1日1杯までは OK に自分の中でルールをしてコーヒー大好きだからでも授乳してるからやっぱりアルコールとカフェインは控えてはいるんですけどせーのごちそうさまでしたよいしょじゃあおっぱいに行っちゃった
In addition to baby food, Moy must also make time to regularly breastfeed her baby. Now she's changing her diapers for the second time today. How many times do you usually change diapers in a day?
多いと10回とか15回ぐらい
She also says she spends about $90 a month on diapers. What would be the average in your country?
Хотите купить квартиру без ипотеки в 2-3 раза быстрее, чем если бы вы просто откладывали деньги?
So this is pretty much the start of the day. She prepares the food for Sutan, and now she's preparing food for herself and her husband. It's almost 8:30, so she's been up already 3 hours getting the day ready. I'm kind of excited to see how the rest of the day is gonna go. Before that, let's ask her a few more questions. When you gave birth, how long did you stay in the hospital?
5日間
5 days?
はい
Oh, in the US, it's usually about a day and a half.
嘘
So in Japan, most births are given naturally without anesthesia or painkillers. In fact, most hospitals in Japan don't give mothers the option. Do you do laundry every day?
毎日です赤ちゃんがいるとお洋服汚しちゃうから1日に2回回したりする時もありますね
In Japan, hanging laundry outside to dry instead of using a dryer machine is still very common. So much so that most houses and apartments are designed with a laundry hanging space. Oh wow, she has a little urban vegetable garden in her yard. Now this is not so common, especially in Tokyo, since most people in the city live in apartments with no yards. So Moe's has several restaurants in Tokyo and is
Смотри,
very...
я вот просто к чему, я сам просто, я профан. Я просто смотри, мир устроен как-то лучше нас, как понимаю там тебя. Смотри, у тебя женщина, и вы занимаетесь с ней, да, понимаешь, да? То есть, это должен быть раз 10, там, дней, каких 10 дней, да он про себя говорил, да он думает о тебе так же, да, вот это. Ну нет, это понятно. Смотри, если все нормально, то раз в год ребенок должен быть, получается, ну 1,5. Ну типа того. Значит, за здоровьем проблемы какие-то, значит, я понял, да? Да. Ну, то есть, это я говорю, если все нормально, ну, как бы, если у тебя в голове все нормально, да. Он тебя по себя говорит, ну, вот нет, да, то есть, ну, нет, ну, это нормально, так и должно быть. Ну, и, значит, не знаю, как-нибудь, это по сути этого процесса вообще все, то есть, ты как в ловушке, там деваться некуда. То есть, да, типа того, да. Да. Иначе тебе не понравится этот результат. Ты проживешь жизнь, тебе это не понравится. Все, что благодаря тому, что это, понимаешь. Ну не спрашивай, видишь. Ну не, понятно. Я просто тебе говорю, что ну смотри, видишь, оказывается, так они вводят в заблуждение, получается. Получается, да, ну, ты думаешь, что так правильно, так, ну, не знаю я как, ну, скажи свою, значит, да, значит, так правильно жить, вот и все, да, как бы, ну, ты же не женщина, тебе такое дело, да, ты поняла, да.
They're busy on nights and weekends.
И что ты будешь делать? Будешь аборты делать или что? Я говорю, я не женщина, мне все равно, это их проблема, это в них дети заводятся, а не во мне. То есть, как бы, да. То есть, ну, вот она не делает никаких активити, и у нее там это самое, да, гипотетически как по маслу тогда было бы, да, понимаете, да. Наоборот, да, да. А, нет, это нет, понимаете, это. Мне кажется, нужно, чтобы там это самое, да, мужского ничего не было, чем меньше, тем лучше, мне кажется, ну так вот. Мужского, чтобы ничего не было, да, да, да. А, ну да, да. А, то есть ты подавляешь женское начало. А, я понял, то есть ты свою женщину делаешь мужиком, на которую ты отвечаешь, это имеется в виду, да? Что так жить, когда из тебя вылезает каждый месяц, каждый год по младенцу, да, невозможно, да, я понимаю. Это тебе так кажется. Да, и так жить, да, да, да. Понимаете? Не знаю, никто не пробовал, но так вот неизвестно это.
But she says he does what he can to help take care of
Ну
Sutan.
невозможно так жить, ну да.
Oh. Wow, Sutan is watching TV, but in English. Moi also believes that it's important for her baby to learn English so she has more opportunities in the future. So she exposes her to English as much as she can. Can you speak English? Now, Moi finally gets to eat her breakfast. Since Sutan didn't eat much earlier, Moi is feeding her again.
Oh, いいの入ってる。
Wow, it's already nap time for Sutan. Moi shuts out light completely with a crib cover and uses a white noise device to help put her baby to sleep. Again, Moi needs to be ultra quiet during this time in order not to wake Sutan. This is all part of the baby's daily routine as her mom trains her to eat and sleep at specific times during the day so that her mom can manage her own schedule better. So Moi has lunch plans with her friend, so she needs to quietly get ready while Sutan is taking a nap. This is a traditional Japanese drawer called giri-tansu, which is crafted specifically to store kimonos, a traditional Japanese garment. In fact, Moi used to be a geisha apprentice known as a maiko in Kyoto for 6 years until she turned 21. Kimonos are what initially drew Moi into becoming a maiko, and it's still a large part of her life, as she even teaches how to wear kimonos to private customers. The reality is, many Japanese these days, especially younger generations, don't know how to put on a kimono. Many Japanese today hire professionals like Moe to help them wear a kimono for weddings, tea ceremonies, and other special formal occasions. Now that she's finished getting dressed, she has to pack a baby bag and prepare the baby stroller for travel. It's supposed to rain today, so she needs to attach a rain cover. So it looks like a lot of preparation is required before leaving the house with the baby. So while Sutan sleeps and she has a little bit of free time to do her own hobbies, let's go see what she's doing. Oh, it seems like Moe is posting her kimono picture on her Instagram.
着物姿とか、あと私のこの髪の毛をチュートリアルとか、ね、この間ハロウィンになってて。
Moe is quite aware that infancy is a critical time for her baby's learning and development, so she actively talks to her baby as much as possible. How much did it cost you to give birth? The amount of government financial support depends on the city or ward where you live, but no matter what, there's generally some form of financial support. The national average is about 420,000 yen, about $3,800, so in Moe's case, she would be paying about half. Is childbirth in your country this expensive?
Хотите узнать, как 7-летний ребенок Райан Кадзи заработал на ютубе $1? Если нет, закройте это видео.
So trains are the main form of transportation in Tokyo, so Moe walks to the closest train station from her house in order to meet her friend today.
Круто. Все равно, понимаешь, вот ты жизнь одну единственную проживешь, понимаешь? Это вот женская судьба, быть постоянно с людьми, как, ну, я не знаю. А что, это плохо, что ли? Я вот мужик, я понимаю, что это плохо. Значит, это очень хорошо тогда, значит. Яйца не отрастишь, я с тобой даже разговаривать серьезно не буду. Ну, гипотеза такова, что да, ну ладно, ответственность хорошо, то есть ты несешь ответственность, да, как мужчина. мужчина. Ну, это на себе так думаю, да. Ну ладно, это не касается. Ну, то есть гипотеза такова, что если ты муж, который взял женщину себе, которую как жену, то есть она тебе как мужчине только помочь может, в том числе, а это более женского, чем рожать детей, там, ну, в данном случае от тебя, естественно. Да. Лучше, да. То есть, реально говоря, это тебе только помогает в твоих мужских делах, да. То есть, и время идет вперед, и они еще вылезают, сволочи такие. Да. Ты себя кастрируешь как мужика просто, ну, по всем, ну, наверное. Я не про деньги говорю, я тебе говорю про какие-то нормальные вещи. Ну, то есть, ну, все, что для тебя вот важно, как для мужчины. Да. Ну, значит, ты не понимаешь, что такое по-настоящему, да. Ну, типа, да, вот как объяснишь, что значит много, да. Ну, потому что ты будешь идти дальше, и оказывается, что все нормально было. Это как бы, да, то есть все равно тут, да, понимаю, там, и вот по этим же позициям поиграешь, ну, как бы, всегда, да, по-моему, да. Ну, я не застрахован, что-то не знаю, точно. Да. У меня женщины нет, я поэтому так легко могу сказать это, да. Просто я говорю, что это все маразм, наоборот. Ну, почему? Я просто, да, ну, понимаю. Ну, по себя вот это он говорит, что мешается все это, да, наоборот, то есть они рожать не хотят уже, там, наоборот, не получается уже, не могут, не знаю, ну, наверное, лишняя работа. Ну, да, мужские качества женщины. Ум, трудолюбие. Ну, трудолюбие сложно понять, скажем так, да. Пусть даже, да. Перегруженность, да, делами, то есть какими-то. Не нужно, это все, вот это суета, это там, понимаете, то как бы, да. Нет, не касается, да. Ну ладно. Я понял, да. Если играет, то все в раке, то на лохов, как говорится. А все, он же общество принадлежит, тебе такое не делать. Пусть он и разбирается. Маме и обществу, да. Ну да, это тоже, да. Ну, условно говоря. Не важно, короче, все равно суть она такая, тут разгадка такая одна просто. То есть я только это усиливаю, как бы, ну, как бы сказать. Я понимаю, что да, то есть как бы это траты, но на самом деле все наоборот окажется просто. Это женская вообще тематика. Какие там могут быть траты? Да, то есть, ну, в конце концов даже можно без этого обойтись. Он про это и говорил, что серьезно, да, нет, он тебя понял. Это принципиально важно, то есть, что тебе женщину надо уродовать обязательно, то есть кастрировать надо обязательно. Это себя так говорит, ну, это ну, он о тебе так говорит просто, да. Женщину надо ограничивать, чтобы быть мужчиной, да. Он о себе так говорит, ну, это вот, нет, он о себе так думает. Ну, нет, понял, да. Чтобы быть с мужчиной тебе, как гею, что ли, да? Ну, он тебя понял, да. Ну, он тебе про себя говорит. Что, серьезно? Тяжело. Уважение. Сбросила, точно сбросилась. Хоть бы хрен из вас сбросила. Что это такое?
Many Japanese moms say it's stressful to travel on trains with small kids. For example, using strollers on escalators are prohibited, so moms must find elevators to use which are often inconveniently located or on the other side of the station, which requires them to plan extra time for their travels. Also, moms say it's nearly impossible to get on trains during rush hour with a stroller. She's having lunch at Kasira in trendy Omotesando, and rather conveniently, it's one of the several restaurants her husband runs. Moms in Japan, especially in large cities like Tokyo, she's having lunch at Kasira in trendy Omotesando, and rather conveniently, it's one of the several restaurants her husband runs. Moms in Japan, especially in large cities like Tokyo, usually need to check in advance with restaurants to see if it's kids friendly. So, going to her husband's restaurant is one less thing she needs to worry about. Oh, Moi's friend and her 3-year-old son have just arrived. I guess she brought packaged baby food for Sutan from home. It's apparently easier to pack than homemade food on outings like this. Although she wants to enjoy time with her friend, she still needs to feed Sutan in order to maintain her baby's routine.
So basically this is what it's like having lunch with friends, like you have kids around. It's like you have to attend to the kids too while you're also having lunch. Since Moed's husband runs this place, let's explore a little bit and let's ask him to show us around.
Wow, his restaurant has a secret VIP room hidden behind a bookshelf. And it also has a hidden private karaoke room. What an amazing spot! Oh no, her friend's kid is not listening. He doesn't want to leave. It seems like he's having iayaki, which in English is known as the terrible twos. I suppose in a few years, Sutan will be in the same phase. I hope Moe is ready for it. Now she's back at her home station. She's gonna do some quick grocery shopping on the way back home. So what are you doing now?
まず脱ぎます。
はい。
脱いで家のことします。
Hey, what you doing? Are you coming closer?
おむつ替えますよ。おむつ替えるよ。
So it looks like this is the 4th time she's breastfeeding Sutan.
クリーニング取りに行くした。
Looks like she has to go back out and pick up the dry cleaning. So Moe says she didn't know how to cook at all when she was working. So she went to cooking classes for about a year. And from what I see, the classes have paid off.
Вскоре у тебя в компании нет регламентов или нет? Вы там что-то писали, но сотрудники их даже не читали или нет?
Do you have to watch her all the time?
いやもうね、こう捕まり立ち始めたら危ないし、知らない か電池とかゴミとかホコリとか。
Oh no, Sudan is crying again. I guess she wanted her diaper to be changed.
Тратишь меня, тратишь меня. Слабый просто ты, народный.
Sudan is having porridge with spinach, shirasu fish, bonita flakes, and seaweed. So healthy! On nights when her husband comes back home late, she eats dinner alone with Sudan and makes something she can quickly prepare for her husband when he returns. In Japan, it's common to have an automatic preset level and desired temperature. So it's about 6 o'clock right now, and Moe is giving Susan a bath right now. And then after that, I think she's going to go to sleep. And then finally, Moe is going to have her own time to herself. Oh, and one thing, if you guys do love these day in the life videos, then check out the ones that I've already made. I think this is probably like the 9th or 10th video, but I also have so much more coming. So definitely hit the subscribe button. And if you guys want to help support the channel, then check out the Tokyo merch. Hopefully, Moe is going to have her own time to herself. Oh, and one thing, if you guys do love these day in life videos, then check out the ones that I've already made. I think this is probably like the 9th or 10th video, but I also have so much more coming. So definitely hit the subscribe button. And if you guys want to help support the channel, then check out the Tokyo merch. So before going to bed, Moe reads Sudan a children's book. As part of Sudan's training and to get her to sleep at a specific time, Moe starts a timer. She ignores her baby's cries for a set duration until the baby goes to sleep. Moe takes advantage of this time by completing house chores and taking a bath. Then, any time after this becomes her free time. Oh, her husband's home early tonight, but he also needs to be quiet so he doesn't wake Sutan. Alright, so we're gonna have to be quiet with this one because Sutan is sleeping right now and we don't want to wake her up. So what did you guys think of the day in the life of a mom and a baby? How does it compare to your country? If you want to check out Moe's Instagram or you want to check out her husband's restaurant, then I'll leave a link in the This is a day in the life in a Japanese ramen shop.
Ладно, решил. Нет.
This is Tetsuya, a 41-year-old ramen chef living in Tokyo, and he's just waking up for work. I guess this is his breakfast. Tetsuya, where'd that come from?
昨日の夜、仕事終わってからお惣菜屋さんで買ってきました。
Did you have enough time to get to work this morning? So Tetsuya has quite a bit on his mind this morning because today he's creating a new bowl of ramen for the owner. But a lot still has to happen before this, so let's see how the day goes. Alright, I think his train is arriving right now. How did you sleep last night? So Tetsuya manages a ramen shop called Kikambo, just a few minutes away from Kanda Station. It's one of the most popular spicy ramen shops in Tokyo. Wow, this is great. Inside of the kitchen, you can see what they actually have. The pork bone right there to my right, and then to my left, they have the pork chashu. Right there. This is great. Inside of the kitchen, you can see what they actually have. The pork bone right there to my right, and then to my left, they have the pork bone right there to my right, and then to my left, they have the pork chashu. It looks so good. I feel like you can just eat it right now. Oh, the smell here is amazing. So one of the first things Tetsuya needs to do is check that the ramen broth is being prepared correctly at the central kitchen. So, what do you check for? The soup is now ready to be emptied into smaller pots, which then gets distributed to the shops and all consumed in one day. So it's just about 9 o'clock right now, and Tetsuya had to go off to get the shop ready. The shop actually opens at 11, so let's just go around and explore a little bit and check out the shop before it gets super busy when it opens. So real estate in Tokyo is quite expensive. You'll typically find many ramen shops like this one with limited counters here. This means for a Tokyo ramen shop to survive, it needs to get customers in and out as quick as possible to make room for new customers. What does it take to clean every morning? Wow, you guys take cleaning seriously. So if you guys haven't noticed already, they have the ramen shop right here, and then right across the street they have the kitchen, and then back over this way they have the maze soba shop all right next to each other. So Tetsuya this way they have the maze soba shop all right next to each other. So Tetsuya tells me that these days, it's quite common to have a separate kitchen from the ramen shop since the boiling broth makes the ramen shop extremely hot and steamy and too uncomfortable for the customers. Oh, by the way, Kikambo is opening up a new shop in Hong Kong, so the HK staff must train here for several weeks to master the art of making Japanese ramen. Are you excited about the Hong Kong opening?
Yeah, of course. We're very excited for the best.
Oh, Tetsuya's back. What are you doing now? Although he's responsible for all of the employees and the day-to-day of the shop, his other task is to create a new Genpei menu, which means it's only offered for a limited time at the shop. I've never heard of something like this. Did you come up with it yourself?
自分で考えたら最高ですね。
Apparently, Tetsuya has created 4 limited time only ramen bowls in the past, and now he's working on his 5th, which is scheduled to be released by the end of this summer. Now that the 4 large cooking pots have been emptied out, Tetsuya and his team begin preparing for tomorrow's batch. Although the process for making the animal broth will take more than 10 plus hours, keep in mind throughout the day that this is only part of the final soup that's served. His team begin preparing for tomorrow's batch. Although the process for making the animal broth will take more than 10 plus hours, keep in mind throughout the day that this is only part of the final soup that's served, as it's later combined with a separate fish broth, miso, and other ingredients. Every morning before the shop opens, Tetsuya must test the ramen to ensure the quality and flavor meet the shop standards. First, they blend the animal and fish broth and taste it to ensure the blend ratio is correct.
So when I'm in the kitchen, they have asked me to wear a hat, and now I get to taste the ramen.
Oh, that's delicious.
これで OK だったんで、全部にこう同じ分量これからブレンドしていきます。
Oh, so this is the fish broth I didn't get to film earlier. What's in it?
煮干しとソーダ節、いろいろな節が入ってます。これラーメンの麺になります。
The shop uses the special Sanshu Kongo men noodle, which means a mix of 3 different noodle thicknesses. And we're not done yet. Now it's time for what Japanese call kenshoku, the sampling of food. Damn, there's a lot of food testing going on. So apparently the conditions of the ingredients and flavors may vary slightly day by day. So it's critical for the shop to taste the finalized bowl before opening its doors to its customers. So, for the foodies out there, let me take a moment and explain what Kikambo Kara Shibi Miso Ramen is all about. Kara means the chili spicy, while Shibi means the numbing spicy. The shop uses a unique blend of 6 different chili, Wakayama Budo Sansho and Szechuan Sansho, combined with a natural Shinshu miso that's matured in a 100-year-old barrel mixed with cheese, peanut paste, and other spices, all joined with a slow-cooked animal and fish broth, producing a rich, deep, and light flavor. Or in other words, it's fire. Tetsuya, can you even eat spicy food?
あんまり得意じゃないです。
Oh, they have to make another bowl again. What was wrong with the first one?
ちょっと麺がですね、若干ちょっと柔らかかったんです。
Nice. Looks like the bowl passed the final test. Now, Tetsuya is checking on the Kikambo shop next door. It specializes in tsukemen and maze soba.
So they have a limited time only ramen that's coming up tomorrow. So they're actually having a meeting right now to make sure that everything is set the way it's supposed to be set. It's really cool to see like this entire process of a ramen. It has to be made to perfection.
So every morning the staff have a meeting before the shop opens. They share updates, any new menu items, and discuss ways to improve the quality of food and service. Oh, finally the store is opening. I feel like so much has happened already, but the day is only beginning. The seats are already filled. This is gonna be a busy day. So the ramen kitchen is quite a buzz to serve all the customers, and all the staff must work as a team to create each bowl of ramen. I almost feel like I'm watching a Formula 1 pit crew. Everyone seems to know their part. Nice. Time to cook the chashu. Tetsuya says that they use 150 blocks of pork each day.
今エビ油をうちの混ぜそばに使ってる油です。
What's that?
出来上がりました。
Just a little bit after noon, he gets a bit more time to work on his gente ramen, but he has to present the new ramen bowl to the owner at 5, so I hope he has enough time.
今どうやって使うかまだ確認してない。
So we ordered 3 different sample noodles for the new ramen. He'll need to test each one out with the soup to find that perfect balance. One thing about being in the kitchen is it gets so hot. It's actually 38 degrees in here right now. Oh, that's the owner. So even more than the ramen shop, the central kitchen appears to move with a quiet precision. There's not a lot of verbal communication, but everyone just knows what to do and where to be at each moment. This is one of the keys Tetsuya mentioned for a successful ramen shop. And now back to the daily routine. Tetsuya has to move the chashu from a large cooking box to the marinade. Wow, he looks like he still has more than 100 chashu to go. So let's go check on the ramen shop. Let's ask the customer what he thinks.
Incredible, it's our favorite.
Did you get the high spicy?
I got the high, yeah, I think it's good. It's actually tastes delicious.
What's nice is that the customer can customize the level of spiciness and numbness, but be careful, that only level ended me.
今から限定の食材を探しにアメ横に行ってきます。ちょっとヒントになる食材があればな。
Ameyokucho is one of the largest and historic food markets in Tokyo. It's known as a popular street food spot, but there's actually a huge ethnic food market in the basement floor. Oh, it seems like he's a regular here. Now he has to pick up some dried squid on the main street. Finally, back to the shop. It's just after 3:15, so he needs to get cracking in order to prepare the ramen on time.
これから今限定ラーメンに上に乗せる薬味を今から仕込みます。
Yakumi is a combination of various Japanese herbs and spices such as ginger, green onion, wasabi, and miyoga. Sometimes used as a topping to bring out the flavor of a dish. So creating new ramen is actually Tetsuya's passion. He feels lucky to find a shop that allows him the freedom to create. He also says that he especially enjoys making people happy by eating his ramen. Oh, he's completed the first sample bowl.
失礼しました。これから味見をしたいと思います。いただきます。味が負けちゃってるんで、もっと濃度の高いちょっとスープをちょっと取りたいなと。
辛いね。
うちはもうそんな簡単じゃないんで。
Apparently, what may pass at other shops won't pass with the owner. Just on time. Now the moment of truth. I wonder how Tetsuya is feeling right now. Let's listen in. That's a good start.
この泡みたいなのは何なの？
それも油。
これも油なんだ。この部分がすごくコクがあって美味しいね。
Okay.
麺食べてみようか。で、このイカとクリームが一緒に食べるという感じだね。油の部分もちょっと欲しいな、俺は。
Oh, that doesn't sound so good.
イカが麺に負けてる感じと、後からまたいろいろ楽しめるような味変だなと思ったりと、この部分を使うと生かされていくんじゃないかな気がするよね。で、また来週だな。生かされていくんじゃないかなっていう気がするよ。で、また来週だな。後からまたいろいろ楽しめるような味変だな。
Передаточный разносчик. Разносчик нет. Нет, ладно. Ладно, всем смешно, смотри. Да. Люди не могут к тебе нормально относиться.
condiment,
Sounds great. Really? Нет, не надо. Это не мои уже, по-моему. Косвенные штуки. Это наоборот. Стримингатор. Зачем?
Whoa, although the ramen didn't make the cut, I thought the owner was going to be a lot more harsh, but he was quite constructive.
いや、いいアドバイスをいただきました。まだ60件だった。これから今100件に伸ばして頑張ります。
So that intense showdown, what are you doing now?
みんなのシフトを今から作る。
In order to track staff work hours, the shop uses time cards. It's pretty common in Japan, especially in the food industry.
これを今からちょっと抜きます。
Finally, the broth is in its final stages. You can see him separating the broth and the bones. To think, the process started from 9 a.m. this morning, and it's still not complete as there's also an overnight process before it's served tomorrow. Tetsuya says that there's quite a bit of bone marrow remaining, so it would be a waste not to use it again tomorrow, as it's the seeds of umami. So it's 7:30 right now, and it's still busy. There's people waiting in line. Overnight is in its final stages. You can see him separating the broth and the bones. To think, the process started from 9 a.m.
Мозги, короче. Искусственный мозг.
This morning, and it's still not complete as there's also an overnight process before it's served tomorrow. Tetsuya says that there's quite a bit of bone marrow remaining, so it would be a waste not to use it. Tetsuya says that there's bone marrow remaining, so it would be a waste not to use it again tomorrow, as it's the seeds of umami. So it's 7:30 right now, and it's still busy. There's people waiting in line. The morning shift is gone, and then you have new people here. So part of opening the new Hong Kong shop is sourcing the ingredients. They need to see if they can locate the Japanese flavors. But in order to do this, they're gonna need to taste and rate all of the chili on the table. I believe they're I believe they're also looking to open shops in Australia and the US. Good luck with that, Tetsuya. Where did you go? It's about 9:15 right now, and the ramen shop closes at 9:30. You can see behind me, Tetsuya is just doing some office work, checking people's schedules, and then we'll probably have to clean up after this. The fabric sign Tetsuya is taking down now is called noren. It's commonly used in restaurants in Japan to indicate this. Taking it down means the shop is now closed. It's about 10 o'clock right now, the last customer has left, and everyone is just kind of like finishing up. They told me it's going to take about another hour and a half for them to clean up this whole entire place. So his day doesn't end until 11:30, 11:45. That is a day in the life at a Japanese ramen shop. If you guys like this day in life series, I'm coming out with so many more videos.
Ни хрена себе просто вообще. Наоборот, видно меня. Нет. Забыл нажимать хозяина. Нет.
Here, it's Shanghai, China's largest city with a population of 24.1 million. It is also one of the largest cities in the world, the financial and trade center in Asia. So in this fast-growing city, what does a typical young person's day look like?
Спать пора. Уже давно вообще-то. Я не знаю, что с ним не так.
Hello. This is Dorothy, 26, living in Shanghai. She is a copywriter in an advertising company. Do you wear makeup every day?
对，我几乎每天都会化妆，然后我朋友啊、同事
市啊上班，大家也都是会带妆去，然后大家对美妆穿搭的热情兴趣也都挺大的，所以我们平时也会看哔哩哔哩、小红书上面的一些穿搭呀，还有妆容的分享。然后我给你们看一下小红书。
Little Red Book is a social e-commerce app for sharing lifestyle information. It is like a mix of YouTube, Instagram, and Pinterest. It's very popular among young people in China.
Что-то как-то слишком, по-моему, да? Похоже, чем не холодно.
What's for breakfast today?
平时比较忙，会在便利店直接买，然后今天周末就简单的自己做一点。我看好了。
Смотри, и еще такой момент, да? Есть люди, которые вот направлены прямо на рождение ребенка, ты понимаешь? Не то, что мне надо рожать, там столько детей, там, я имею в виду не напланированно, да, просто как бы, просто, да, человечески, да. То есть, да, я не считаю, что это нормально, понимаешь, да, это вообще как-то все, да, не очень человечно даже как-то, да. Да. Сколько стоит? Да нисколько не стоит родить ребенка. Да, ну. Да. Ну, ты понял, да. Это вранье, значит, так мыслить нельзя, понимаешь? Это все больное, потому что, да. Родить ребенка ничего не стоит, потому что. Да. Как так можно сказать? Это что за бред? То есть у меня денег нет, я не буду рожать, это как это что с этим идиотом, блин, как это, да. Ну не бывает так, это вранье просто, потому что, ну значит ты можешь делать это без денег, или намного дешевле, или как бы, да, если своими силами, как угодно, да, как бы, это так, слово просто, ну да, установка какая-то, черт его знает, может и нет. Чтобы жизнь свою не зря прожить, как бы, наоборот. Мне это не касается, у меня жены нету, я понимаю, чтобы быть больше мужиком, а чтобы у тебя жена была, как бы, и чтобы у тебя была семья нормальная, ты ее, как бы, да, типа того, надо иметь в виду, наоборот. Такого не бывает, понимаешь, то есть ты, да, поплатишься за это. Да. Я не знаю, во что это уперлось там, или упрется. Ну да, я понял. Ну нет, это зря так. Ладно. А в бесплодие, бесплодность детей. Ладно. Народ, меня не касается, как называется. Все, больше никакой функции нет. У женщин, представляешь, что у них больше вообще ничего нет, кроме этого. Вот, не знаю, живи как хочешь. Я этого не могу тебе сказать. Наоборот, а чем тогда заниматься, если она понимает? Я же не женщина, понимаешь? Я заметно тогда. Нет.
Do you usually cook for yourself?
不会，平时的话，大家也都是会带妆去。Hello， 早上好。
This is Dorothy, 26, living in Shanghai. She is a copywriter in an advertising company. Do you wear makeup every day?
对，我几乎每天都会化妆， 然后我朋友啊、同事啊、上班大家也都是会带妆去，然后大家对美妆穿搭的热情、兴趣也都挺大的，所以我们平时也会看哔哩哔哩、小红书上面的一些穿搭呀，还有妆容的分享。然后我给你们看一下小红书。
Little Red Book is a social e-commerce app for sharing lifestyle information. It is like a mix of YouTube, Instagram, and Pinterest. It's very popular among young people in China. What's for breakfast today?
平时比较忙，会在便利店直接买，然后今天周末就简单自己做一点。我就简单自己做一点。
Do you usually cook for yourself?
不会，平时的话都挺忙的，只有周末偶尔会心血来潮的做一下，然后会打开那个下厨房 APP 学一下，因为自己本身也不太会做饭。
Go In Kitchen is another lifestyle app that specializes in sharing recipes and cooking methods for various cuisines. Look, we found Kung Pao chicken.
У них там с жильем-то вообще проблема так-то.
然后换衣服出门啦。
Получается так ведь, да? Ну это же Шанхай вроде как это что там? Ну да, Шанхай там они вообще там эти... Они да.
While Dorothy is changing, let's take a look at where she lives. This 3-bedroom apartment is in an old neighborhood in downtown Shanghai. The landlord is a Shanghai native. Dorothy shares the apartment with 2 roommates. She told me her monthly rent is about $330.
上海有很多这样的老小区，虽然环境比较一般，但是离市区很近，而且就是工作啊、我聚会啊，然后买菜啊，做什么都很方便。这边租房比较便宜，因为这边如果要买房的话，房价大概在8到10万一平，所以在这边租房是比较明智的选择。
Well, let's do the math. If you want to buy an 800 to 900 square foot apartment in downtown Shanghai, how much will it cost? We calculate the price per square foot is $1,200 US. So in total, it is $1 million US. Shanghai's per capita annual income is $13,000 US per year, which means it would take 80 years for the average resident to buy an apartment without eating or drinking. Wow.
This is my 健身房，就在这里。我要去健身喽。
Dorothy said that this app is specially designed for dining and entertainment sharing and reviews, which is equivalent to our Yelp. It allows physical stores to be quickly known through the internet, which is why the stores are known as web-famous stores. What did you buy?
我没有买东西，这个是我前天买的快递，然后我没有时间去取，就寄到了这个便利店的驿站，然后我就可以随时过来取啦，很方便。
So convenience stores can also receive packages to customers? That sounds like a great idea.
中午不想做饭了，还是点外卖吧。
Do you often order takeout?
平时上班我也是点外卖比较多，因为挺忙的，而且大家也都是在公司的时候也都是点外卖，然后外卖也很快，基本上20分钟到30分钟就可以送到。已经点好了，还再买一些明天可以简单做的东西吧，比如说去盒马生鲜买一点水果吧，山竹、椰子来着。好像家里没有纸巾了，再去天猫超市买点纸巾，食品加薪。好，搞定。
Dorothy bought almost everything she needed in a few minutes with her smartphone, using the app called HermaFresh. Fresh fruits and vegetables can be delivered to your door in 1 hour.
一个人的时候弹吉他、看综艺啊、看电影啊，然后就是做什么都还挺开心的，因为平时周内加班比较多，周末好不容易放假，会比较享受独处的时候。午饭来啦！吃饱了。现在上海开始垃圾分类了，所以我吃完的食物都要分成干垃圾和湿垃圾分开扔。但是如果你遇到你不知道是什么垃圾的话，其实可以用手机来查一下，比如说猫砂，搜索猫砂。就可以看到猫砂是属于哪一种垃圾。晚上吃饭吗？预定一下。订好了。干垃圾。你说的很有道理。离我家还挺近的，所以我一般都是走路去公司的。一般我们都是周天加班。
Why is it overtime on Sundays?
可能老板觉得连着上了5天班之后，总要休息1天吧。
From Sunday to Friday, isn't it 6 days?
你说的很有道理。
Dorothy works at a Chinese advertising company with more than 100 employees. Besides Dorothy, we also saw other employees working overtime on weekends. Dorothy said she works an average of 54 hours per week. Overtime is normal in many companies, and in many cases, there is no extra overtime pay. What is this?
这是我们公司的刷脸收货机，只要我对着摄像头，它就能认得我是谁，然后我就可以拿走里面的任何东西，它会自动扣款，不用没有，拿出来，给你的。
Thank you.
又下雨了。现在海底捞快排到我们了，所以我要赶快出发，还有半个小时。坐地铁过去，只有3段路就会到，很快的。今天已经下了好几次雨，然后天也一直是这样大太阳。
Shanghai Metro requires security screening. Is your city like this? The restaurant that Dorothy and her friends are going to is called Haidi Lao. It is a hot pot chain restaurant famous for its excellent service. They are often very crowded. It is common to wait for 2 hours, so it is a good idea to make a reservation in advance.
先来点菜吧。
Have become very popular, covering everything you can imagine in daily life.
Пошел мне. Как? Сколько не жалуйся, понимаешь, какая ситуация. Жалобы никуда не дойдут. Я тоже так понимаю, понимаешь, это как мужчина, то есть, не без пафоса, а как просто, ну я понимаю, да? Вот, да, ни извинениями, ничем ты ничего не поможет, это все фигня. Да, это все не из этой картины просто, да. Вот это вот не надо, то есть как бы реальность она такая, то есть, да, то есть всех пришлепнуло и все, и ничего не осталось, да, то есть, да, все срали, все, ну как, ну просто там, да неважно. Просто вот реальность такая, что раз всех раздавили, нету тараканов там, да, например, да. Все, да. И как бы все, и нет даже ни о чем говорить, понимаешь. Это все, да, ну, наоборот. Да, то есть это так всегда, понимаешь. То есть, да, то есть, хоть извиняйся, хоть что. Вот я тебе про что и говорю. Если продукт есть, значит, как бы, да, то ты нужен, как его часть. Если продукта нет, то как бы отношения. Меня это устраивает только до той поры, пока, да, то есть просто потому что вы все дураки тупые. Да, понимаешь, ты меня понимаешь, да, то есть это, то есть вот для вас это отношения. Да, то есть понимаешь, да. А на самом деле это продукт, ну поймешь потом меня, да, то есть, да. То есть пока ты не научился делать, они пусть строят с тобой отношения, что хотят, то и делать, потому что иначе как бы делать ну типа того. Ну по-хорошему, по-плохому можешь как угодно объяснять, да. То есть ты сам-то не едist, ты же не эмоциональная какая-то, да, понимаешь. Ну эмоциональная, завтра ты как бы снова мужик, понимаешь. То есть одеваться с этого некуда, понимаешь. А, ну это, женщина так себе говорит, наоборот, я понял, да. это меня не касается. Это их, я вот не женский организм, я поэтому понять не могу, но гипотетически так, что это их привилегия, что они так и должны жить, как слабые существа, типа того, да. Как подстилки, подкладки вечные, как бы змеюки полостящиеся подкладки, там, как угодно можно называть, да, то есть это для них норма, понимаешь, да, то есть при этом еще они, то есть да. И они про это знают, не зря они женщины, ну, как бы понимают, они, да, наверное, может быть и так, мне это не касается, я просто тебе говорю, что да, что жизнь такая, ну нет, я понял, нет, да нет, ну да, ну нет. Нет, женщина здесь вообще не при чем. Я тебе говорю, что вот правда такая, да, то есть отношения не с кем строить, да, жаловаться. То есть это все, да, это все как бы понимаешь, это просто я тебе говорю, объясняю, вы все, что вы все тупые просто. Я пожалуюсь там и так далее. Мне вообще похер на это все, понимаете. Ты меня слушать, понимать начинаешь, что ли, чуть-чуть. Это ваше, это нет, это я беру кредит, доброты, аванс, чего угодно. И в этом мире этого хватает, да, как бы, да, понимаешь. Как угодно можешь, это просто есть ресурс в этом мире, понимаешь, если в Спарте нету еды, там детей просто сжигают, вешают или выкидывают куда-нибудь, и это нормально, понимаешь, а своих мопсов знаешь куда засунуть, да, когда еды до хрена, тогда это очень просто, это праведно называется, что называется быть мужчиной, то есть как бы они ласкают мопсов, тут же идут в KFC с этими же мопсами. То есть из этих же мопсов бульон сваренный им же скармливают. Сумасшедший, это я говорю. Тебе эта подушка дорого обходится, ты за нее 5000 тратишь. Это подушка для твоих эмоциональных проблем. Понимаешь, ну как бы там, ну понимаешь. Она тебе дорого обходится, я не буду за нее платить. Давай мопса сдадим куда-нибудь твоего. Да. Я, потому что, да, или сделаем доброе дело там куда-нибудь. Понимает она тебя. Специалистом, пусть он там, да, да, понимает. Да, ну как минимум, да. Ну, например, да, то есть, я тебе говорю, да, то есть, как бы здесь просто до хрена ресурсов, ты не понимаешь, что ли, да, я говорю, так они еще удивляют, так да, они даже не знают, что такое выживать, блин, да, то есть, ну, я понимаю, то есть, нет такой опции здесь, понимаешь, ну, как бы, условно, я условно просто говорю, ты зайди в джунгли теперь, там, они все живут, как бы, на гострее, как бы, да, а те, кто хорошо живет, те, просто обезьяны нашли тебе, как, да, ты знаешь, да, там, нет, нашли там себе питание и деградировали там, да. Понимают он тебя, у них это в следующем поколении мозгов уже нету. Через поколение они уже все импотенты и так далее, понимают. И все, через 10 поколений нету таких обезьян уже, и они там вообще в этом какой-нибудь мутаген все, да, понимают, да. То есть очень просто, понимаешь, да. Ты же праведник, ты же мужик, у тебя правила чести, доблести, а живешь как баба, да. Тогда... А их вообще нельзя слушать, вот скотчем все заклеить, что у них там сверху находится, это потому что все адово пекло, все, что у бабы сверху, это все адово пекло. У них только животики нормальные, а все остальное... Поэтому, да, ну, а если она женщина, тогда там она уже сама этим не пользуется почти что, да. Скажем так, да. Ну ладно. Ну, видимо, так. Ну ладно, ты понимаешь, короче. Вот умишься. Да хоть запричитайся, хоть все это самое. Ой, да вот, я не буду даже. Ну да. Ну да. Не надо заслужить это все равно ты там будешь что-нибудь намаливать, что-нибудь тебе там птички будут приносить, там, понимаешь, тебе то же самое, отрабатывать надо это все, это надо работать просто, понимаешь. Это вообще сейчас женская тематика, она говорит, опа, и все, ты ее такой, опч, все, и весь мир за нее, понимаешь, сразу на дыбы стал, да. Это, да, не, да, мужские качества портятся, понимаешь? Bye.